remove your jacket, for it never gets anywhere close to 30 degrees Celsius. And when it gets cold, it never goes below 18 degrees. So either way, you have an optimum temperature and climate to deal with for conversations such as this. Never mind that you are at the center of the earth. Just a few kilometers from here is the equator, but also most importantly is we have Africa's largest freshwater lake just outside the room, to the extent that the fish you're going to have for your lunch, I can swear to you it's still alive and swimming in the lake. We shall catch it in about 2 hours, prepare it, and have it ready for you to devour ravenously by lunchtime. And that also applies to the fruits that you will enjoy later on as part of our cuisine. Some of those fruits are still alive and well on their trees, and we shall just harvest them somewhere in the course of the day and serve them to you. The plantain, which is more or less our staple, the one we call matoke, I can tell you without a fear of contradiction that today's matoke was alive and well in its garden as of yesterday. And so you never have a place in the world where you can enjoy fresh food right from the garden like it is in Uganda. And when I say the garden, we are talking about free-ranging, minimally taken care of gardening that does not involve chemicals, does not involve many additives, because our soils are exceptionally fertile, to the extent that you may need to worry. If you're the kind that doesn't like to grow your nails, avoid putting your fingers in Ugandan soil. Because the moment you dip your hands in Ugandan soil, because of the fertility in there, your nails risk growing almost immediately. So if you don't want to grow your nails, don't put your fingers in Ugandan soil. And that's why the market for acrylic nails is not very booming here, because everything here grows and grows naturally. But that said, distinguished guests, I think it's important that we get started and get into the line of business. So our program is going to be a bit of an action-packed one, but for purposes of protocol and getting us to the start, we will be having the Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives in charge of industry, Honorable David Bahati, who is here with us, that will give us the formal welcome to this event. But as you may be aware, I or Mildred are not the most appropriate persons to invite the Honorable Minister. He certainly has to be invited by someone higher up the food value chain, if I may go back to my example of fresh food. And so I will be inviting a fresher soul to humbly invite the Minister. This event is solely organized by the Uganda Development Corporation, alongside with the Ministry of Industry. But it's important for Uganda Development Corporation to take their flowers. And so without further ado, allow me with a lot of humility, invite the board chairperson of UDC, Mr. Godfrey Ruhurira, who will share with us one or two remarks as to how this was conceptualized, organized, and then take the pleasure of inviting the Honorable Minister to open us into the serious business of the day. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Godfrey Ruhurira, as you heard, and I'm the chairman of the Board of Directors of Uganda Development Corporation. Honorable Minister, Excellencies from Africa Union Commission, heads of UN agencies, AFCTA, the Board of Directors of UDC, Africa Women in Processing, private sector, media fraternity, various ministries, departments, and agencies present here, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome you all to the Africa Industry Week Forum, Kampala, Uganda, particularly the Africa Manufacturing Investment Forum. The moderator had given a background of the organization of this forum. I will not go back to repeat it, but my humble duty before you in your protocols is to invite our Honorable Minister of State for Industry to come here and welcome us with the opening remarks. Honorable Minister, Honorable Bahati David, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The representatives of the African Union Commission, our partners, the leadership of Uganda Development Corporation, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be having two clashing meetings. One, the women are down, and then the manufacturing forum is here. So we hope that the two functions will run concurrently because they're both important. But I want, first of all, thank the women. After the opening on Monday, we had an opportunity to tour the exhibitions, and I must say that we are extremely excited to see what is happening on the continent led by the women. So I want to ask everybody to appreciate them by a way of clapping for them. So I'm here to open this forum, and as I open, I want to make a few remarks. One, to let you know that, as we said on Monday, that manufacturing contributes only 14% to the African GDP, compared to 30% in East Africa and the Pacific, and 18% in Europe. Secondly, Africa accounts for only 2% of global manufacturing output, despite being a home of 17% of the world's population, and despite the fact that we have the largest raw materials that can contribute to manufacturing in the whole of the world. Thirdly, our share of global exports of manufactured goods has stagnated at below 3% over the last 2 decades. Over the last 20 years, we have not been able to go beyond 3%. So as we discuss in this forum, it's important that we remember those facts and see how best we can address them. Across Africa, the key success stories in African manufacturing include automotive manufacturing in South Africa and Morocco. We also have light manufacturing in Ethiopia, which has developed industrial parks such as Hawassa Industrial Park. And also we are following as a country. Here we have a number of industrial parks, some developed by the private sector and others by government. The private sector include Kapeka, Mbale Industrial Parks, and the government ones include Namamve. And within these industrial parks, we are offering a lot of incentives to attract investors And these incentives include 10-year tax holidays and other incentives that attract. So it's important to share experiences during this forum and see what works, what is working where, and where we can improve as a continent. Through export processing zones, Kenya has demonstrated a viable model for high-value textiles and garments. In areas of heavy manufacturing, the Dangote oil refineries and pharmaceuticals complex in Lekki in Nigeria stands out not just for its size, but for its direct impact on import substitution and regional supply. We also must state here on a selfish note that Uganda is now manufacturing electrical cars at Kira, and we are making good progress in that regard. So this proves one thing, these successes across the continent, that industrialization is not a dream, it is happening, but it's not happening fast enough or at a scale that we would want. As I said on Monday, while the rest of the world is walking, Africa must be running. So we need to run and run fast to catch up with the rest of the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa can do the same like Europe has done, like America has done, and indeed we must. Because here is the truth. The world is reshoring, nearshoring, and friendshoring. Global supply chains are being reconfigured, and Africa, with its demographic dividend, growing consumer markets, and African continental free trade areas, 3.4 trillion economic zone, is uniquely positioned to become the next great frontier for manufacturing. In terms of demographics, we told you, and as you know, Africa now have 1.25 billion people, and by 2050, we shall be the largest populated continent on Earth with a population of 2.5 billion. So we have a lot of potential as a continent, but it's important to note that potential is not destiny. To unlock it, we must confront three realities. One, we must address the other three costs that we talked about on Monday. One, the cost of transport, the cost of energy, and the cost of doing business, especially addressing issues of decision-making and addressing the issue of corruption on the continent. Infrastructure, power, transport, and digital. Only 43% of Africa's population has access to reliable electricity. And as you know, for example, in our case, we have made it as a policy that all manufacturing, especially big ones, should access power at 5 cents. At 5 cents. We are now producing 1,800 megawatts, but Africa, rather Uganda, will need close to 20,000 megawatts in the next 10 years, given the rate at which the manufacturing is growing. The cost of moving goods within Africa is up to 150% higher than in developed regions. I informed you on Monday that taking goods from Nairobi to Ghana takes you 5 days. This cannot help the growth of industrialization on the continent. So these are some of the issues that we'll be able to address and make some suggestions on how we can grow our industrial base. Yet when power is stable, like in Morocco's Tiger Tech City, factories operate at full capacity. And that means jobs, that means taxes, and that means growth. We need industrial-grade infrastructure, not general development, and we need it now. We also need to address the issue of human capital by giving them the right skills for industries. We also need to address the issue of the cost of money by capitalizing more the African Development Bank. And in our case here, we have our Uganda Development Bank, and we are providing some. It has not grown a lot, but at least people can access money at 12% compared to other commercial banks, which are giving at 21%. That is why this forum is important, that we look at the issues that are affecting manufacturing in Uganda, on the continent, and provide solutions so that we can grow our industrialization. To our investors who may be here, Africa, it's important to note that Africa is no longer a high risk. It is high potential. It is high potential if you pattern with a purpose. And with the democratization processes cutting across the continent, I think that reduces the cost, the political risk. And therefore, it's important that we take note of this as investors. To our policymakers, let us cut the red tape, harmonize standards, and enforce contracts so business can thrive. We've had challenges with procurement across the continent. And this is even, the problem is compounded by our development partners, the World Bank and other banks. It's important that we sit down with them and try to address the issue of these bureaucratic procurement processes so that we can quickly develop our country. To our manufacturers, scale broadly, innovate relentlessly, and export proudly. And market our products. For example, we're just discussing with the president of the African Business Council, who is from Egypt, but she didn't know that Uganda is the largest exporter of coffee. She only knows that Uganda is a source of River Nile, though sometimes they claim that the Nile is theirs when actually Nile is ours. So we need to do a lot more of marketing what we have across the continent. Distinguished guests, as I said, this program was supposed to start at 9. We have the Women's Forum taking place down, and want to thank Grace, who has brought the women from downstairs to this room so that they can also participate in this manufacturing. Once again, to thank you, the women. We have seen what is happening. Thank you in the exhibitions. And please, the organizers, provide some time so that people can go and see for themselves what is happening on the continent through the exhibitions, which is taking place on the other side. So I wish you a very fruitful discussion during this forum, and want to once again thank the Uganda Development Corporation for putting this together, Mr. Chairman, and your team. We are very happy that you could spare some time and some resources so that this forum takes place. I want to thank the manufacturers who are in the room, and we hope that as Africa, we'll be able to share experiences and come up with something that will inform policymakers for the sake of industrializing the continent. At the end of the day, value addition is one thing that is going to develop Africa, and this should be the focus of this forum. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best.
I think the Honorable Minister deserves a louder hand clap. Thank you, Honorable Bahati, for setting the stage and for taking us through what, in my view, is a good way to lay a firm foundation to the discussions that we're going to have today, especially when you talk about Africa's potential in the area of manufacturing, and you compare our contribution to the global manufacturing to be at about 2%, when other continents are contributing 55%, the smallest being about 21%, and for us we're at only 2%, it says indeed quite a lot that, as you have said, 3 things need to be unlocked. One, if I got you correctly, Honorable Minister, having the requisite infrastructure that facilitates our manufacturing, from roads to energy and the like, to also having our human capital developed to the extent that even when you say that Africa has the largest population of young, industrious people, these people cannot just be for the sake of what they are, but they need to be skilled, upskilled, and tremendously trained in areas that facilitate manufacturing. The manufacturers in this room will also bear witness that even when they, for the most part, struggle and grapple with the available infrastructure and then work around the available human resource, they are for the most part shackled by the absence of cheap financing, or should we say affordable financing, that allows them to upscale their businesses. So when they are dealing with loans that give them double-digit interest rates against their competitors outside their realm of operations that get single-digit interest rates, I think the whole ball game is skewed out of their favor from the word go. And so when you talk about those 3 elements, infrastructure, you look at human resource development, and of course the availability of affordable financing, those 3 would take us a long way. I like the part where you indeed put Uganda on the spotlight and market us for who we truly are, giving also many other facets that make us unique, including and not limited to the vast natural water bodies that we have, including the beautiful River Nile, which we are using for the most part to generate clean hydropower. And I think later on there will be a session that will talk about energy, and that we hope that we can upscale the different government projects that are lined up to harness the power of the Nile to generate as much electricity as is required for the manufacturers in this room. So that said, Honorable Minister, I will also add my voice to yours in thanking and welcoming the delegates, and more so the ladies, for putting a little bit of a hold to your event downstairs and coming to listen to this grander agenda, because at the end of the day, it's the synergizing that we are talking about that feeds into the whole ecosystem. So for those that are listening to us from translations, and I can see some of my friends that parlent en français, I may have to say bienvenue tout le monde. Merci beaucoup. Enchanté. All right, that said, we are now going deep into the business of the day, and have the honor now to invite a keynote dialogue that is going to be around unlocking capital for growth and transformation of Africa's manufacturing sector. And this is going to be presented by no less than the Executive Director of the Uganda Development Corporation, UDC, who are the conveners of particularly today's engagement. So with humility, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Dr. Patrick Birungi to step forward and share with us your deep insights. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the MC. Honorable Minister, senior leaders from the African Union, the chairman of UDC board and board members, all our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My role today is really to stimulate a discussion. We have much more capable team of people in here that will guide the discussion or deepen the discussion as we go along, from financiers to investors and so on, and also senior leaders. As mentioned, Patrick Birungi is my name. I work as the Executive Director of Uganda Development Corporation. I'll take a few minutes to stimulate this discussion by highlighting key numbers. I will ask someone to move the slides for us. So in my presentation today, I'll talk about the state of manufacturing in Africa, understanding the financing gap, consequences of underfinancing manufacturing. I will try to highlight which areas of capital that can be harnessed. And then I will talk about the role of government and conclude in a few minutes. As a background on the state of manufacturing in Africa, we realize that the African share of global manufacturing value added remains extremely low at about 1.5%. So our share in the global manufacturing value add is about 1.5%. Our brothers in Asia, I guess, as a result of the growth in manufacturing in China, India, and other countries, we see they are now accounting for about 50%. Europe, about 22%, North America, about 17%. Manufacturing value add, you just look at the difference between cost of input and value of output. It could also be meaning that our manufacturing process in Africa is adding very little value. That means you are importing a sheet of steel and just paint it and have the final product for the market. So we are adding very little value as it shows. Only 14% of Africans' exports are value-added products, compared to 27% in Asia. Recently, I think last year, when our president was in Nairobi for the IDA meeting, he clearly stated that the processing of raw materials within Africa should stop in order to stop the hemorrhage of wealth from the continent. And those who have been following his numerous speeches, he has clearly stated that we should stop exporting jobs by exporting raw materials. Over 80% of manufactured goods consumed in Africa are actually imported. So over 80% of manufactured goods are actually imported. Again, another 80% of manufactured goods produced in Africa are consumed within the continent. So 80% of goods manufactured in Africa are consumed within the continent. This could be an indication that there is a limited productive scale. Maybe we are not competing ably, and this could translate to the form of financing that we normally attract, as I will talk about later. Major infrastructure gaps. The Honorable Minister has clearly highlighted the challenge of even trading within the African continent. But it could also be a reflection of non-tariff barriers from a number of countries where we would have exported. So there is chronic underinvestment in Africa. FDI flows estimated between 40 and 97 billion US dollars. I will show you later on that some other flows are much bigger than this. But also, the FDI flows into Africa is also not targeting manufacturing. The FDI flows in Africa are largely targeting natural resource extraction. So meaning that the FDI flows are still pushing us to exporting raw materials in that manner. On the next slide, we note that financing manufacturing is important. Building these factories, acquiring the machinery, upgrading technologies, upgrading supply chains, and so on, all require substantial financing. The African Development Bank has estimated that on an annual basis, we need to close a gap of about 402 billion US dollars on an annual basis. If Africa is to achieve structural transformation, a growth rate of about 7%, and an economy-wide shift to more productive and higher value-added sectors. So we have a 402 billion that we must chase. Of course, the challenges we are facing on the next slide of why does the financing gap persist is limited private sector lending. Private credit to GDP in Africa averages about 18% compared to more than 30% in Asia, according to the World Bank. We also note the high cost of capital. The average lending rate in Africa is about 18%, nearly double that of Asia and triple that of other OECD countries. Basically, Africa lacks a lot of long-term financing for investment that manufacturing should be attracting. Because of the nature of our facilities, there is a huge risk perception within our financial infrastructure, because our financial infrastructure is dominated by commercial banking, and therefore 40% of formal micro, small, and medium enterprises in Africa are credit constrained. Because the banks will demand collateral that does not exist, or they will demand collateral of a value much higher than these institutions can provide in order to address some of these risks. We've also noted shifts in financial flows as well. FDIs in the entire continent I had mentioned earlier, but we are seeing diaspora financing or diaspora wealth growing as well to a tune of about 100 billion on the continent. Our question and emphasis and strategy should be, what diaspora financing is this? And what quality of labor do we export to get this up? We have low savings to GDP. Globally, Africa's saving rates ranks amongst the lowest, and about 19% compared to 37% in Asia. So you can see that we have a bit of a mismatch between savings and getting long-term financing that is needed by the manufacturing sector. Development financial institutions are undercapitalized. I was telling colleagues a few days ago that in Uganda alone, if we take Uganda for example, you combine UDB and UDC, our balance sheet could be about 3-4 trillion Uganda shillings, close to about $1 billion US dollars. In an economy that is 230 trillion. So the demand on these little resources is quite enormous. Unless our development financial institutions, UDB, UDC, EADB, TDB, and so on, are capitalized to a level where they can play a critical role to provide this patient capital, we are not about to get some solutions. As a result of this, on the next slide, we've seen stunted industrial growth or stunted industrial capacity without access to capital. We cannot expand production. We cannot replace obsolete technology or modernize our technologies. And we cannot achieve economies of scale. We are exporting jobs, so we are not creating jobs within the production processes or manufacturing processes. And again, ADB estimates that Africa must create 25-30 million jobs annually in order to absorb the new entrants in the market. So how are we going to create these jobs without doing enough in the manufacturing space? We have lost value addition. As we speak today, Africa imports more than 250 billion worth of manufactured goods every year. More than 250 billion. This could be in itself an indicator of the weak domestic manufacturing in Africa, which I started with and highlighted at the beginning. reduced competitiveness because we are not able to update our technologies. We can't be innovative in our systems and so on and so forth. But finally, we also have fiscal stress because even the government cannot collect enough taxes unless we grow this base of the manufacturing sector. Is there capital that we can rely on? On the next slide. Yes, and my thesis today is first, we need to look internal. First, we need to look internally in terms of how can we mobilize domestic financing. So first is institutional capital, like the pension funds, insurance firms, and sovereign wealth funds. FDB estimates collectively that these could be about US dollars 2.1 trillion in assets in Africa. But we always take the easy way to implement, and we invest in the government papers, the bonds, the treasury bills. But even if we said every year we save just 5% of these resources and invest in the manufacturing space, Africa would be investing about 100 billion. And that could significantly turn that around. We've seen examples in South Africa and in Kenya where efforts is moving towards using pension funds for development purposes, and particularly for manufacturing in South Africa and housing and infrastructure in Kenya. So if we can focus that kind of resource base, it would go a long way. NSSF in Uganda has a fund of about 25 trillion. By last year, with a particular purpose, And the makers of the UDC Act, for example, required us to establish an economic and industrial development fund, something that we are working on together with the Ministry of Finance. Private debt, and then private equity funds, the development of the private equity funds. Going to the role of government in unlocking capital for manufacturing. On the next slide, I guess. There are policy and regulatory reforms that are required to maintain macroeconomic stability, protect investor rights, encourage bank lending to manufacturing, and introduce priority sector lending targets, and strengthen capital markets. The public investments, joint investments between the public sector and the private sector, empowering development financial institutions, which I talked about earlier, getting well-capitalized development financial institutions would play a catalytic role in this. In many economies, it is these financial I think Africa, as the minister said earlier, has a lot of potential. It has a lot of potential, and focus should be on mobilizing domestic resources first. In the early 70s in Botswana, there was an initiative of one man, one beast. And they said every man should provide a car for the construction of the university. And the University of Botswana was constructed. If I put a lock on that door and I say, you all put your savings that you have in your pockets today, I'm sure I would find something very great. So we need to focus on mobilizing domestic resources, utilize the pension funds for manufacturing space and provide that capital, the insurance capital, diaspora wealth. I think that's what will largely transform Africa. We need to scale innovation financing with the capital markets to try and come up with initiatives that can help us pull these resources together, whether they are bonds, different types of bonds, different types of blended financing, pooled pension platforms, and so on. It's critical for us to do that as well. We need to redirect FDIs to manufacturing instead of having FDIs go to only encouraging primary raw materials for exports. We need to integrate these financing tools within industrial strategies to accelerate structural transformation, boost exports, and create high-quality jobs. My job, Master of Ceremonies, was to stimulate that discussion and provide some numbers that can push this discussion to the next level. I thank you.
And I believe, distinguished delegates, you wouldn't agree more with what he has said, that he provided the numbers. deep dived and gave us the scholarly outlook to where we need to be. He deserves a hand clap. And not to really waste your time, and for those of us not as deep as he is, I think we carry a lot of research to do so that we can break down his ones and zeros in terms of deep intellectual presentation to something that is workable, but also say from where I come from, ladies and gentlemen, even when we do what he has told us to do, there will be something that needs to be done at the end, and that's where people like us come in. It's not enough to manufacture using affordable financing, using available human resource and available infrastructure. You may need to see how you get your produced items or goods and services to the market. And the market receives them and consumes them so that you earn revenue to continue. What do I mean? And I'm going to tell you a very short story before I invite the Honorable Minister to make an adjustment to our program, just so that the deep intellectual stuff from Dr. Birungi can sink in. There is this fast-moving consumer good, a beverage, that did extremely well in their home market of origin by creating a campaign using 3 pictures. The first picture was a man that was so haggard, having been beaten by the sun, and he was so thirsty. The second picture showed the same man drinking that beverage produced by the manufacturer. You know that drink you have when you have been beaten and thirsty, and the way you gallop it down your throat. And the third frame showed the man rejuvenated and with a lot of energy. So from how the frames were arranged, it meant that when you are weather-beaten and tired and haggard, when you consume this drink, you get rejuvenated. That was a masterstroke of marketing genius. Who wouldn't want to be rejuvenated after a bad day? But that's how the frames were going, and they were moving from left to right. So what this manufacturer did, as they expanded their very successful campaign to the rest of the world, they came to another part of the world and simply transplanted that very campaign, that same picture sequence into this land. Is there anyone from Saudi Arabia here today as a visitor to the African Manufacturing Symposium that we are at today? The morning after that billboard came in the Middle East, all their stocks were kicked out of the stores, and in fact they risked a riot at the department stores which had stocked them. You know why? Because at the destination of this new campaign, the people there read or they see images from a highly energized man who takes this beverage and then gets haggard and dies from exhaustion. So it's sometimes not enough to copy and paste what works elsewhere and think it will work any other place. The long and short, by the time you digest what this joke is all about, is simply to say we are gathered here as Africans with our unique African challenges to this global phenomena of putting ourselves out there. We need to find African solutions that are crafted for our own challenges. I thank you, and with those not very few words, may I invite Honorable Bahati to come and guide by way of sharing with us that today is an open joint opening for both this forum and the forum of our dear ladies that is downstairs. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. Simon is from the private sector, and he deserves a very big hand clap for the good job he's doing. As we all know, the private sector remains the engine of our economies, but the government remains the driver of the economy. So I'm just coming in as a driver on behalf of government to drive this program, and Simon will remain the engine. I've consulted the African Commission for Competition Commission, and the Commission has agreed that merging the two programs is no problem, but there will not be any merger costs. So we have merged the women in processing and the manufacturing forum. So, but what we are going to do is to have the opening here for the women in processing, and thereafter, the women will make a decision whether you want to remain in the room or go back if you have some specific issues. I thought as government we should come and clarify that so that the MC is not blamed for anything else that happens thereafter. So I want to request Madame Lorna to come and kickstart, and then Simon will continue to invite the open. Let's put our hands together to invite Director Lorna to come and start off the opening ceremony for the women in processing. And the women, thank you so much for coming, and you coming in big numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I have to keep my scarf, the African Women in Processing flag. We're very happy, actually, to be part of the Africa Manufacturing Investment Forum. But we also have to allow some of the women, those powerful women from the private sector, but also from the African Union, to address. This day was the day dedicated for the African Women in Processing opening ceremony. It will not be long. I will ask my sister, Dr. Amani Asfour, the president of the Africa Business Council, all the African organized private sector, to come and address the women in processing, but also the man that supported the women in processing. We call this he for she in the African Union Commission. Amani, you're welcome.
Honorable Mr. David Mahachi, Chair of the Uganda Development Corporation, my dear sister Ron, Director for Industry, Entrepreneurship, Mineral and Tourism at African Union, my dear sister Grace, Secretary General of Pan-African Women Organizations, all my dear brothers and sisters present here. This is a great moment for our African women in processing, because when we are talking before about women in trade, we said, but they can bring products from anywhere in the world and come and trade on the continent. What we really need is the manufacturing, the processing, how we empower our women in processing. So in doing this AWIP was established thanks to our sister Ron for driving the agenda, and our sister of AWIP. AWIP, can we have a big applause? So my dear sisters, this is how we transform our African continent. We just heard here about from the keynote speaker about that we are only having 1.5% of the whole manufactured goods of the world. It's not possible. We have all the raw materials of the world. As we said, we have 30% of the minerals of the world, but yet we are not manufacturing them. The exhibition, if you go, we have a lot of shea butter on the continent. We export shea butter, $90 billion, while the cosmetic industry, that includes shea butter, is exceeding 500 billion. Leather, there is very nice leather products in the exhibition from Ethiopia, beautiful. I bought lovely suit bag from there, but the leather industry on the continent is not really developed. So we need to see, and my sister of Leluk also, a lot of products. We need to see how we empower our women in processing. So in doing that, I call it is the triad of empowerment. We need 3 pillars. The first pillar is how personal empowerment programs, how we empower our women to be able to have the information, to be capacity building, to have all the tools for marketing, to have all the tools for her to be self-confident and self-esteem. Second pillar is about policy advocacy, how we have the policies to empower our women in processing and in manufacturing. Because manufacturing, you need to lower the corporate tax, you need to have technology, you need to have financing, you need to have all the government behind you supporting you. And one of the things that we are pushing really for women in processing is to have at least 30% of all government procurement goes to SMEs, women and youth. And it has to be implemented. I mean, it's implemented already in Kenya, but we have to push. We have here policy organs, and we need to see how we make it in Uganda and from all over the continent. So wherever we as women are processing on the continent, why should we bring it outside the continent? The third pillar is about product development. How we have our lovely products, which is there in the exhibition, to be branded and to be designed and to be packaged, to be certified, to be standardized. Because if you want to export shea butter to any other part of Africa and even for Europe, they need certification. They need health certification. If you want to export leather materials or bags, you know, people are fond of branding. So why do we go for international branding for one bag that will cost 2,000 euro against another bag from Africa, which is only 150 euro? It's the branding. Even in Africa, you will have much better quality, have better design, but we need to see how we empower our women in branding and to make our African branding high level. This is a very important thing. I just give you one thing, two actually. I was in Dubai, and there was a big, nice table made of malachite. Everybody knows malachite, right? It's here in Africa, our minerals. This malachite table had metal stool, but gold-plated and made in Italy. Okay? The diameter was 1.5 meter. Can you guess how much was this table? Can I hear any of you saying anything? 40,000. Another guess. Okay, $300,000. $300,000 for a table made of malachite from Africa, but it is sold in Dubai and made in Italy. So when I was in COMESA Summit, I was in DRC, I bought a big malachite, but I didn't find round. I found a big rectangular malachite. I went back home in Egypt, and I made a nice, but wooden, with golden leaf, and it cost me about $5,000. So you see how big the difference is. That's how we really need to leapfrog our manufacturing on the continent. Again, have you ever heard of Vicenza Oro? Is the biggest jewelry show in the world in Italy? It's near Venice. I went there, and it's the biggest, where all the jewelers go there and buy their jewelries from there. And the first big window, a collier which was of emerald and diamond. And I asked, how much is this collier? They said, 500,000 euro. And I said, from where the emerald is? She said, proudly from Zambia. And I look at all the exhibition, not a single African in the exhibition. So I went back to Africa, and I supported the next year 9 women in manufacturing, in the mining industry. They went there, we took an African pavilion, but there was a huge cultural shock because the women did not have the supply that is needed, the demand. So the gem market needs 1 million stone that our women cannot supply. They cannot cut and polish the stones on the continent. So again, now we're trying to do, for women in processing, we're trying to do training center for cutting and polishing our own stones on the continent. Because the gemstone we export by $12 billion, while the gemstone industry is $400 billion. So what we are saying here is that AWIP is our cornerstone for our African prosperity, for realizing the real value addition and beneficiation of our continent raw materials in different sectors, whether in agro-processing, in mineral, in fashion industry, everything. But we need to have sectors. And we need to do a mapping exercise. What's existing on the continent of the raw materials? And each raw material, what is the technology needed? What is the financing? What is how we can have access to market? And how we are branding our products collectively. One person will not do it alone. One company will not do it alone. But all of us can do it together. This is how we, as women in processing, are looking forward to see in sectors, which sector do we have on the continent, how we add value to it, how we industrialize it, and what are the financing opportunities. And we have to have a portal. And that's what, again, we're trying to do for Women in Processing and Africa Business Council, to have a portal for all our products in different sectors and to have access to the market. So now, with those gemstones that is going to Jaipur, India, to be cut and polished there, we are trying to get direct access to the international market. And this is only one example of what we have on the continent. So AWIP is really a tool for our real industrialization on the continent. And we are very proud of our women here who are really constituting our manufacturing capacity, and we need to build our capacity. So thank you, my dear sister. Thank you for all, and let's go together to have our African prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amani Asfour, the president of all the private sector in Africa. But I think that she is more with the women than the men. So we'll see this in the private sector forum. I will tell them that you support more the women than them. I would like now to invite my dear sister, Dr. Majoro Grace Caballo, Secretary General of the Pan-African Women Organization. Pan-African Women Organization, PAWO, is the organization of the women in this continent, the private sector, but also the others. But they are also now part of the African Union Commission, although they were constituted before the African Union unity. My dear sister, you are welcome. Grace helped me a lot to put all this together. This way. You are welcome, my dear sister.
Thank you, my sister Ron and director of a team. I'm humbled to be here today. And allow me to thank the MC also, who has been taking us through. Honorable Minister, who has a phone call to attend to, the director of a team at the African Union, my sister and president, who has just been up here. I'm lucky that I've been with that lady for about 25 years, struggling on. Amani Asfour, the chairman, board of directors of UDC, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Corporate team that is here, that was led by the well-able PS, Madam Lynette, and the Undersecretary. Members of AWIP, led by my sister Elizabeth. There is another group of impact from the US. We recognize you. Men of integrity in this hall. Yesterday I was accused of talking about only women and our children. So I really need to highlight the gentlemen, and we normally call you he for she's because You are men of integrity and wisdom to be supportive to your women and your daughters. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful women of Africa, viva! Excuse me. The beautiful women of Africa, viva! And allow me to recognize my Vice President of the Pan-African Women Organization for the Eastern Africa region, Ambassador Mary Kimulu. Where are you, please? I'm not sure where she is, but just wave. And Commissioner Bekas from Mozambique. Greetings and compliments to you all. I don't know whether you are aware that we have about 45 African countries represented here today. Clap for yourselves, please. We also have our partners in development and industrialization. We have China here. Am I right? Hi. And I imagine the US is represented by Impact. I greet you all and welcome to Uganda. I'm so blessed and humbled to be the Secretary General of the Pan-African Women Organization, but also hail from this beautiful Pearl of Africa, Uganda. This could not have been possible without this sister of mine here. And the only thing I can say about this, and Amani, who's been with me for years, trust is number one investment in anything you want to do. Teamwork is number two. Then you can talk about partnership. It took us so many years to even be considered as partners to governments and heads of states. When I look back at the Pan-African Women Organization, which is the oldest women organization on the continent, started around the 40s as a movement, a Pan-African women movement, to decolonize the continent, fighting for independence, and then spearheaded the formation of OAU, which is today's AU. But as recently as the 1980s, 2000, we were still denied accreditation at the African Union. Having space at a round table for negotiation was not easy, but the struggle continued. And look at us where we are today. Please clap for yourselves. All that was out of trust, teamwork for governments to realize that actually women do not only constitute of about 70% of production and labor, but actually we have a lot to contribute also. And I'm sure that our men have realized that we do not only partner with you, but we back you up. And that makes a better team. We are not here to compete with you. We are not here to weaken you in any way. But which woman would want a weak man anyway? Women, I'm talking to you. Nobody. And I'm sure men also appreciate women who support them. So I'm only stressing the fact that partnership is a necessity and we all need it. And by this, I want to thank the Uganda government, under the leadership of the best wisdom I've known, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. He did not only trust women at all levels, but he supported us. Right from the struggle, combatants, public sector, service, women, we are appreciated and supported. We want to thank him in a very, very special way. Allow me to also mention my sister director, that we are not here by accident. Uganda has a great history. Uganda suffered 20 years of instability, and we needed to import salt, safety pin, razor from our neighboring countries, Kenya. You can imagine what that means. You're taking children back to school and they have no bar soap even to wash their clothes. We went through that. And that was zero industries, zero factories. Today, we are not only proud to have industrialization parks. Actually, the first women industrialization park is in Uganda. So being here is not by accident. I think we have earned it. So from zero industrialization to 50,000 different scales. Can't you clap for yourselves or for this country? I think we've been through thick and thin, and because of that, I wanted to resound my request through the government officials and the diplomatic corps, and of course asking my sister to support it, that the AU could actually consider having our president as champion for industrialization on the continent, because I think he deserves it. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on. Allow me to thank Elizabeth with the AWIP team, my sister, the director, who made all this possible, and for all of you to have put your other programs aside and come here. Our delegates from elsewhere, I wish you could spend one more day or two to see the actual Pearl of Africa. Uganda has more to offer than this Munyonyo where you've been locked away. So please try and find some little time and see more of Uganda. I'm sure you'll be tempted to come back. I thank you so much, and I give greetings from our president of the Pan-African Women Organization, who was not able to be with us today, but she supports and gives blessings. And lastly, the chairman of the African Union Commission. We have had support from 2 chairmen of the commission in the last 30 years. Not that others did not, but the outstanding. And one was Alpha Konare, who made it possible for the women to have representation at the AU and as observers. Then Mam Zuma, when I talk about her, they say that one is a woman like you. True. But she made another step further to get us, to recognize us as specialized agencies of the African Union. And lastly, the current chairman, he actually told us that we are not visitors or delegates at the African Union Commission. It's our home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Of course, the African Union Commission is home for PAO. And I would like also to confirm that we are not here by accident. We were invited by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative on stage on the Africa Industrialization Week last year in Addis Ababa to come and organize the Africa Industrialization Week with the Africa Women in Processing Forum. And it was a special request from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative to organize the African Union Youth Startup Forum. So we're not here by accident. It's a designed request, proposal, and with all the support of the government of Uganda. And I would like to continue reiterating our grateful for this. I would like to request my sister Elizabeth, the African Woman in Processing chapter of Uganda, to please join me and say a few words. She was amazing the last year, and she has something to share with you. It will be after Elizabeth, my commissioner, Francesca Belobe, who could unfortunately be with us today, have sent also a video that will be played just after Elizabeth, and then the program will continue. Elizabeth.
Good morning, Honorable Minister and all dignitaries in the room this morning. Good afternoon, good morning rather. And I'm standing here on behalf of my sisters, the presidents of African Women in Processing in the different countries. If you could just stand for recognition, please, so that we can see what African Women in Processing looks like. Thank you, Madame Ron, for this honor. African Women in Processing, as has been shared this morning, is an initiative under the African Union that is supporting the inclusivity of women in the industrialization journey. And we stand on a number of pillars, including capacity building, but especially in Uganda, we're looking at actually bridging the gaps, the structural gaps, to the bottlenecks that women face in moving from informal spaces to formal industrial spaces. And we've had the honor of launching the first women's industrial parks in Africa. The first is in Munyonyo, and this has been supported by the Ministry of Tourism. Very critical to setting up these industrial parks is ensuring that we have ready market, and against this market, we're then able to create instruments that allow us to then have the spaces and then have the certification and the equipment to ensure that the industrialization journey is accomplished as a full cycle. We're very privileged in Uganda because we have absolute government support. I see in this room, Uganda Investment Authority, they have been very supportive in ensuring that we have the land that is required. Professor Kwesiga from Uganda Industrial Research Institute has also been very instrumental in supporting us to ensure that we've figured out the space, the processes. Uganda National Bureau of Standards has also supported us to ensure that we get the quality right, because that has always been the challenge, ensuring sustainability not just in terms of volumes, which we're addressing through a cluster model approach, but also ensuring sustainability in terms of quality and having the confidence of the markets. Madam President, Dr. Asper, I would like to also just say that in Uganda, we also have a policy for procurement where 30% of all procurements, if the quality is made, is reserved for women. We have a reservation scheme, especially around that. And so as Uganda, we stand proud to host the first Women's Africa Industrialization Parks. And really, we haven't done it alone. We've done it with the support of Madame Ron and her team, ensuring that we have policy support. UNIDO is supporting us quite well, and we appreciate that. So at the African Union, we have support, and we also have support from the government. I'd like to encourage my sisters from the other countries to emulate the model that we have created this year, and we're here to support. UDC, thank you for organizing this forum, and we look forward to partnering with the manufacturers in the country. We're starting small, but having the big boys take us up as contract manufacturers will also advance our agenda. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and congratulations for all what Uganda women in processing has achieved in less than 1 year. And I would like to also, for all the other member states, the women and the government to also follow the path of Uganda. I would like to request the technical team to now play the video of the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, Her Excellency Francesca Belobe, my Commissioner.
Your Excellency Francis Webesa, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives from the Republic of Uganda. Your Excellency Dorothy Tembo, Deputy Executive Director of the International Trade Center. Your Excellency Christina Duarte, Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General, United Nations of the Special Advisor. Dr. Majoro Grace Caballo, Secretary General for Pan-African Women Organization. Dr. Amani Asfo, President of the Africa Business Council. Madame Rabiatou Mahamadou Arsika, President of the African Women Processing Initiative. Madame Elizabeth Kasenene, President of the AWIP Uganda chapter. All regional and country presidents of AWIP, representatives of the regional economic communities, ladies and gentlemen, representative of African women in processing, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to address you today at this high-level event during the 4th African Women in Processing Forum held here in the vibrant city of Kampala. Let me thank the government of the Republic of Uganda for hosting this year's African Women in Processing Forum and the African Industrialization Week. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Women in Processing Forum was established during the 17th Extraordinary African Union Summit on Industrialization and Economic Diversification held in Niamey in November 2022. This summit mandated the African Union Commission to institutionalize the African Women in Process Forum as a flagship continental platform for addressing persistent gender gaps in Africa's industrialization agenda. The forum has successfully convened 3 editions in Niamey, 2022, Cairo 2023, and Addis Ababa 2024. These editions have emerged as the premier continental forum for policy dialogue, showcasing innovations by women entrepreneurs, building cross-border value chain linkages, and strengthening women access to finance and markets aligned with the African Continental Free Trade Area objectives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our theme of the 2025 edition, Accelerating Development for Women-Led Industrial Parks for an Inclusive Transformation on the African Continental Free Trade Area, captures Africa's long-term vision to create resilient, competitive, and inclusive industrial ecosystems fueled by the leadership of women entrepreneurs across all 55 African Union member states. Women constitute over 60% of the workforce in agro-processing, textile, food value addition, and cosmetic industries. However, women-led or women-inclusive industrial parks represent less than 15% of total industrial parks across the continent, underscoring a considerable gap and a tremendous opportunity for scaling sustainable growth. I'm happy to learn that Uganda is already making strides to ensure that this gender gap in manufacturing is narrowed by, among others, allocating land specifically for the development of women-led special economic zones. Let me therefore call on another African Union member states to emulate this example, at the same time also call on other stakeholders to support this important initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we create an integrated market of over 1.4 billion people. Africa stands at the transformative crossroads, with markets unlocks unparalleled possibilities to scale women-led enterprises, catalyze cross-border value chains, and develop globally competitive industries that foster millions of new jobs, particularly for women and youth. The focus is beyond mere infrastructure. It is about establishing thriving, enabling ecosystem where women access capital, digital technologies, training, and new markets on an equal footing, thus enhancing the industrial competitiveness. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we convene at the critical juncture. While progress has been made, challenges persist, ranging from limited access to affordable industrial finance and digital infrastructure to gaps in technology capability, certification, and adaptation to climate-smart industrial models. The African Women in Processing Forum serves as a solution-oriented platform, fostering high-level policy dialogue, sectoral innovation exhibitions, capacity building, and strategic partnerships. The 2025 forum, like the previous one, is held with the Africa Industrialization Week, reinforcing Africa's commitment to inclusive industrial development and regional economic integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Let this forum be a hope and empowerment that dignifies and establish bold partnerships and forward-looking policies, accelerating women's leadership in Africa's industrial transformation. Together, we hold the key to unlocking truly inclusive and sustainable industrial growth that elevates not only women and the enterprises, but the entire continent. I urge every one of you to engage actively, seize this opportunity to exchange ideas and forge collaborations, and emerge inspired to lead transformative change. The future of African industrialization must be women-led, and it begins here and it begins now. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful and impactful 4th African Women in Processing Forum.
Thank you very much. The opening ceremony of the African Women in Processing Forum ends here. I will give back the floor to our capable moderator. Just one thing, we have an exhibition of a lot of wonderful products that came from all over the continent that are happening just in front in the tent. So I invite all of you to visit the exhibition and to buy from the women in processing the wonderful product that they brought here in Uganda. My brother, you are welcome.
Thank you, Madam Osman Ron, for indeed steering us in this part of the program where I want to believe that distinguished delegates, you will agree that we have tactfully done an incredible way of merging the two programs so that none of us feels left behind. And as such, that now we've had the serious conversations on either side, let us go back to what I would consider to be regular programming and now get into the discussion by a panel breaking down the highly intelligent presentation that was done by Dr. Patrick Birungi, which was under the title Unlocking Capital for Growth and Transformation of Africa's Manufacturing Sector. This panel, as my colleague Mildred Tuhaise, who is going to be the moderator, will introduce to you, is not just a high-powered panel, but it is a deeply entrenched panel that has got both experience in practical and, of course, technological skills to steer us through this conversation. Whereas there is a call for us to go and visit the exhibition stalls, which we should, I also would want to urge all of us to also sit still and go through the panel conversations as should be. I also wish to welcome those who have just joined us on all fora, including those present in the room and those who are watching the proceedings online. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mildred.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where is the energy in the room? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's a pleasure still having you here. And of course, we're going to go through this panel quite quickly because our program, we're far behind time in a way. And I would like to, in no particular order, immediately be able to invite my panelists here and with whom we'll be taking on this conversation, remembering well that this is basically about manufacturing, thanks to the Uganda Development Corporation for putting this together. As it had been clearly put in the presentation by Dr. Birungi, our exports in terms of manufactured exports as Africa is still very, very low. We boast of, as a continent, of financial, FDIs, direct financing coming through, but like he clearly did mention as well, that is financing that is much more into extraction of natural resources and not quite a lot about issues to deal with manufacturing. How do we get to move to that step? Because with manufacturing, with value addition, you are getting money in the hands of the countries of origin where that manufacturing is actually being done. And you're also providing job opportunities as well as revenue to the government. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite in no particular order from the Bank of Uganda, the Central Bank of Uganda, allow me invite Mr. Deo Sande, who is the Manager, Economic Modeling and Forecasting under the Monetary Policy Department. Mr. Deo Mande, wherever you are, please make your way to the front. Let's give him a round of applause. I know that he's right at the back. Mr. Deo Mande, please, we will be expecting to have you. I'll also invite from the East African Development Bank, that is Mr. Andrew Asira, who will be representing the Director General. Mr. Andrew Asira is the Head of Operations at the East African Development Bank. Let's welcome him with some warmth. All right, and we do have Mr. Deo Sande right there. I think we'll occupy the middle seats because a panel is not going to be as expansive as the seats are. So the middle will do us very, very well. And last but in no means the least, like the minister did clearly say, the private sector for Uganda is the engine, and Uganda is a private sector-led economy. So everything that government does is to make sure that they will enable or create an environment where the private sector can be able to flourish. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Brian Kavuya, who is the Managing Director of East African Medical Vitals. You did see the video that was playing earlier. I can attest to the fact that Uganda now manufactures medical gloves right here and much more, and we're actually also exporting right outside. We'll talk about COVID as having been a terrible period, but also provided a lot of opportunity and opened up a lot of opportunities for us as a country. And now allow me join them right now. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start off with the last person I actually did invite on the panel, that is the private sector, because like the minister said, the private sector is the engine. And Brian, as a private sector player manufacturer, let's talk about the aspects of attracting long-time financing and what you're doing to address such a challenge, because that remains one of the biggest challenges of the private sector in the country. Away from not having the long-term financing, the cost of that capital is always an area of conversation. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Mildred, and I greet you all in your respective capacities. I thank all those who have contributed to organizing this wonderful event. So I think I read a very interesting concept note that was highlighting all the issues and more that, that you had from our keynote address, talking about the various challenges and disadvantages that are plaguing our market here, our African market, and curtailing our ability to attract, the long-term, affordable and appropriate financing for manufacturing in Africa. And what I can tell you is we are dealing, basically the long-term affordable financing is really not available. Mm-hmm. It's really not available. So it's not so much that we are failing to attract it, but it is just not attracted to our situation as it stands. You heard very clearly that the money that's being pumped into the DFIs for Africa is to enable extraction of raw materials. And I was teasing our keynote speaker, saying he gave us all the answers to how we can solve these issues in his address. It would have been better for him to give us some questions, we discuss, and then he comes at the end to mark our answers. Okay. Because he gave us all the answers. And the issue is all about how do we address the market. Yeah? So it is clear that we don't have this financing available. So what do we do as Africans, as Ugandans, right? Yeah. And I want to commend the government of Uganda for the policy measures that it has taken to enable our projects to be bankable. One of the issues in the concept note I read was that we don't have bankable projects in Africa. And I somewhat disagree. I think the projects are bankable if we can only do more in terms of sensitizing both the private sector and the government sector players because the way it has to be looked at is on a much longer term. You talk about long-term financing. I think the longest term for financing would be 10 years. Yeah, that maybe you can get from, I'm glad to be supported here by EADB, who were our first financiers, and then later UDC. But in order for me to explain this, I think I'll just give you a bit of our situation and our testimony. So East African Medical Vitals, after doing a comprehensive feasibility study, realized that government was a big player in terms of our market. So before we even, and again, remember I talked about the market. You must start with the market. You cannot put up, we realized that we could not put up this factory without having some level of assurance of a market, right? Yes. So the government of Uganda, we lobbied them, and following examples like CIPLA, they gave us an offtake agreement for us to start. EADB could not give us money, and we'll go into how to address the issue of what rate we got the money at and the tenor after. But I'm just trying to give you an example. That could not give us money without that assurance that government was going to buy from us. Same thing with UDC. So now let's look at, and you're looking at a project of we are currently the first surgical gloves manufacturer in the whole of Africa. But this is possible because of government policies and incentives to enable this, right? I'm yet to come to your point on on how we sort out the market. So then, look at an example of East African medical vitals, which we are currently importing 90% of our raw materials from overseas. But what are we importing? We are importing latex. Latex is made from rubber trees.
Sure.
But nobody is going to invest in rubber tree commercial planting and latex manufacturing without there being a factory to consume that latex. So that's how you're addressing the market. And the rubber tree, once planted here, takes 5 years before it can give you latex for another 20 years. So you can see that the game that we're supposed to be playing in Africa is a long-term game. And I want to say that for me, the issue is we already have financing that's coming in to support our raw material production. Yeah. What we need now is to sensitize and encourage all the stakeholders to appreciate the need for us to find financing within ourselves. Because the reason these DFIs are giving you financing for raw material extraction is because the money is coming from somewhere, and they are trying to make sure you're producing a reliable, sustainably, raw material so that they can extract and use and then sell the goods back to you.
Yeah, sure.
So for us, what we have to do is pick on some of the strategies that Dr. Birungi spoke on. Start with a small amount to increase the availability of our funding at the right rate. I believe that will trigger a response from the DFIs, because this is an issue of the market again.
Yeah.
Demand and supply. Once they see that we are running to where these sources are, say if they funded UDC, they will adjust their rates and their tenors. Why is tenor very important when you talk about financing? You've had our horizon. For us to be completely independent of government support, it will require a horizon of about maybe 15 years. Because we started production in 2021, and we have just broken even now in 2025. So what does that tell you? It tells you that we need that patient capital. So for me, I think where I'm coming from is there is this gospel about the value of government initiatives now, and you must applaud the government of Uganda. For example, we have competitive power now. With our struggles in the industrial park, we are struggling in the dust, but we are pushing and we are producing products.
Okay.
So we see the government's efforts in infrastructure, in energy. The only piece that's missing now is simply to sort out the financing issue.
Financing.
Yeah.
And you actually mentioned something very important. There is the rate, there is the tenor. And I want to pick up from the conversation about rates to go to Mr. Deo Sande from the Bank of Uganda, that the current high interest rates for Uganda are becoming a deterrent to the manufacturing sector. Like you've clearly seen Brian explaining, you start manufacturing in 2021, you only break even in 2025, meaning if you have to service a loan with a very high interest rate, that becomes a charge on your company. I would ask you, what are you doing about this as the central bank?
So, thank you very much for this invitation. I start off by sending the apologies from the Deputy Governor. Currently, at the moment, we have a commercial engagement that we're hosting the commercial region right now. So, the Governor is involved in this whole activity. However, let's start off from the perspective, why are interest rates high in Uganda? Mm-hmm. So that's what you're asking practically. So the first question is, we have a fundamental question. We have done some research, and we speak of around close to, the banks highlight the fact that the cost of capital is one of their biggest constraints. So at the moment, we're looking at banks saying an average of around 68% of their costs are related to the cost of capital. So as an institution, what is the Bank of Uganda doing? So the first thing we are trying to do, part of this story is speaks to structural kind of questions. So we started from the perspective we are trying to have a national switch. And in this national switch, we're trying to make the cost of payments in the system low, right? So there's also the other element the question of information asymmetry. This is about how much does the bank know of you as an individual. So the bank has gone ahead. We have established a number of credit reference bureaus. So the banks complain that they don't know their customers. Okay? They don't know their customers. So as the bank is aiming at reducing that information asymmetry.
Yeah.
So in reducing the information asymmetry, it's expected that the customers or the banks will also know their customers. In so doing, our biggest hindrance is the element of non-performing loans. So because of non-performing loans, the banks feel they have probably given people money that they don't know that much. So part of the story is that the bank has established that, is working towards improving information asymmetry, reducing that as much as possible. The other aspect that the bank has engaged so much is the element of financial inclusion. We as an institution, we have gone out big time. We are trying to get everybody to get banked. So as an institution, we're encouraging people to open bank accounts with an aim at some point that we shall have a critical amount of people so that they can be part of this whole story. The other question is that in this whole space, as an institution, the bank has also been able to perform well. For instance, from the perspective of macroeconomic stability, our shilling has performed in the last 10 years. It has been the best performing currency across the whole of Africa.
Sure.
In the last 10 years. So part of the story is strong macro conditions with financial stability. However, in all this whole thing, we have also looked at the perspective that long-term credit is a big problem, as highlighted by my previous speaker. In that spirit, the bank there's a project that they've developed there's a whole new department that is supposed to address this question. So we have what we call the Financial Sector Development Department that is supposed to address the question of why do we have, in the space of long-term funding, why are we having problems in that space? So part of the proposals are in the spirit of, I could say, enabling the financial sector as a whole to be in position to create that long-term, the 10, 15 years. So we're looking at pension sector reforms. So part of the people in this are the Capital Markets Authority, our Investment Authority, all the other stakeholders, the stock exchange individuals. So there's a whole group that is supposed to work in this, but the whole aim is how do we reduce the cost of capital.
Sure.
So that's where the bank is coming. It's coming from that overall, overarching kind of, and in terms of our performance as a country, we've fared quite well in ABSA's Financial Development Index. We're the third, just behind the Mauritius and South Africa. So that tells you we're playing beyond our league. So the bank and the governor as a whole is so passionate about this. And I think with the time, with there are a lot of initiatives that are trying to address the structural issues.
Okay.
What are the structural issues? And that's part of the story.
All right, definitely. I'll continue with you. And as I get to speak to Mr. Asira from the East African Development Bank, I also kindly request to have Mr. Peter Mramida, who is the Director of Investment Promotion and Business Development from the Uganda Investment Authority. Mr. Peter Mramida, wherever you are, please. kindly requesting to have you on the panel as well, because there is no way we would be talking manufacturing when we don't have, when we can't talk about the industrial parks, for example, in Uganda that have shown tremendous development. Also having, earlier we were talking about the women, and we have the first women's industrial park in Buyikwe, particularly. But let me get to Mr. Deo Sande. I beg your pardon, to Mr. Andrew Asira from the East African Development Bank. How do we get to have DFIs, de-risk manufacturing projects, especially to be able to attract private capital? Because we can always back the government, but that capital may not always be adequate. That the private sector, also the private capital needs to be coming through. But how do we get to de-risk manufacturing to attract that capital as well into the portfolio?
Thank you. DFIs have a big
If you
role.
could draw the microphone a little closer, please. Just closer to yourself, yeah.
DFIs have a very big role to play in terms of de-risking manufacturing projects. And in the interest of time, I would like to very briefly just cover 5 aspects that I think DFIs could be very, very helpful in de-risking manufacturing projects. The first one is being able to provide inexpensive, long-term, patient capital. I'm careful about using the word low interest rates, and I'm calling it inexpensive. If we can manage to bring that interest rates down and be able to provide long-term funding, I think we will have been able to de-risk manufacturing projects in terms of making them more economically viable and being able to attract other lenders. At the East African Development Bank, towards the tail end of last year, we got a rating of A by S&P. This is now the most highly rated institution in the region, more rated than the member states that are the shareholders. What does this mean for us? What it means is that we are now able to negotiate lines of credit with our funders that enable us to attract capital at a lower interest rate. And effectively, our customers will benefit from those low interest rates and on a longer term basis. And therefore, if you have a project and you would like to discuss funding, please speak to us. At this moment, if you allow me very quickly just to ask the country manager for Uganda, Mr. Francis Ogwang, wherever you are, just stand up so that this is the go-to man if you're in Uganda. Country manager Uganda, Mr. Francis Ogwang. We are highly liquid. We are now transforming the bank. We're able to do longer term tenors. We used to do in the past 7, 8 years. We're now stretching to 10, 12. Let's talk when you have a project that requires funding. That's one aspect. The second aspect that we could do is to provide credit risk guarantees so that we can probably guarantee payments guarantee the risk of default by payments, by suppliers, off-taker risk. That's one other thing we can do in terms of providing guarantees, and so many other aspects of credit guarantees. The third one is that at the East African Development Bank, we're able to provide venture capital. We are able to take equity stakes in well-structured manufacturing entities. Speak to us. When we do take such a stake, we improve the attractiveness of your investment to other lenders. It's a signature for decency that this is a good project. How do we get good projects coming out of the manufacturing sector? And maybe, just maybe, the people we need to be addressing are the importers. Why do they address as opposed to manufacture locally? Is it a product that can be manufactured locally? Now, this is where I think DFIs can come in and help the people who like to come up with these projects in terms of feasibility studies, very, very expensive. Structuring, financial modeling, that's one space that DFIs can play in to improve bankability of projects. There are also other important aspects of those projects. Today, we talk about the environment issues, the social issues, the governance issues, ESG. Being able to develop an ESG framework for a project is very, very important, but also very, very expensive. And I think DFIs have a big role to play in that space in terms of providing technical assistance. Today, we are talking about climate finance. And there are projects, manufacturing projects, that can be able to measure the carbon footprint of those projects can be measured. What DFIs can do will be to support the development of carbon markets in the region, so that if a project is carbon efficient, if a project is supporting initiatives towards net zero, there's an exchange program where that project can derive value. Very lastly for me, we need to critically think about the operating environment. When Dr. Birungi was talking about money going into high-rise buildings where only the first 3 floors are occupied and the rest are empty, and how do we get that money into manufacturing? It just tickled my thinking that there must be something very wrong that's making manufacturing very difficult and making these other investments that may not be very viable not as attractive. And yet, it's in the manufacturing sector that we are going to create the much needed jobs for the young people that are coming out of our educational institutions every year. So, 2 aspects of the business operating environment. One is infrastructure. DFIs have a big role in supporting infrastructure, which in turn is catalytic to the manufacturing enterprises.
Sure.
I'm talking about roads, I'm talking about railway, I'm talking about energy, clean energy, I'm talking about power, right from generation to transmission to distribution. DFIs have a very big role in creating that enabling environment by funding infrastructure that catalyzes manufacturing enterprises. And very, very lastly, under operating environment, a role that I see DFIs playing could be supporting these discussions, the advocacy, being able to promote discussions where we bring together government agencies, we bring together the private sector, we bring together various players in order to just sit and talk and discuss what are the things that are paining manufacturers and how can we make it more interesting for people to get into manufacturing. Okay. In my view, those are the aspects that I think DFIs need to be focusing on to catalyze manufacturing enterprises.
Thank you very much. You actually read my mind when it came to infrastructure, because that remains one of the biggest challenges when it comes to operational costs for the manufacturers. Let me get to the Uganda Investment Authority. And there's been establishment of a number of industrial parks, to bolster manufacturing, especially for Uganda's case that decided to take on import substitution and export promotion. Where are the success points so far, and what are the challenges when it comes to manufacturing, as envisaged with the construction of these industrial parks?
Thank you very much. Just to first of all recognize the key investors today in the room, to first of all thank you for arranging this forum, Uganda Development Corporation and the fraternity at the Ministry of Trade. I see roofings in the room, Mr. Lalani and my colleague Brian. Thank you for spending the time. Just as an introduction to what Uganda Investment Authority does, it is basically twofold. On one hand, you have investment attraction, where it is the mandate of the institution to attract and ensure that the investors, wherever they are, local or foreign, find home in Uganda. And we are saying to be able to transform and be a transformative economy, we need to look at industrialization. So this topic is very relevant. The other hand of the institution takes charge of investor experience. What my colleagues have been discussing here is investment experience to ensure that, be it on the scale of inclusivity, making sure that there is available resources, available services across all institutions ready and there. We have the one-stop center where we have assembled over 25 other agencies of government under one roof. And the primary role there is to ensure that the cost of doing business is processes. It means that you are trying to ensure that you shorten the time and the processing of things that are supposed to be done. Take an example of how long does land take to be acquired? How long does an investor take to identify the appropriate piece of land where he needs to do or what she needs to do? It means that the investment authority, working with other agencies of government, will ensure that we have already pieces of land. These have been identified and been gazetted for purposes of industrialization. Our next step will be to comb through the whole country, working with the local government, and do a thorough audit of understanding where land is not being put to full use. Working with the government, the Ministry of Land, the Ministries of Local Government, and the Ministries of Trade and Finance, this is urgent because that will show us exactly a blood picture of the land that we have available for industrialization. Namamve is not enough. It is full as I speak. Mbale is full. Kapeka is full. Soroti is going to be full soon. The industrial parks that we've been gazetting for the last 2 years for Kasese, Bunagana, and Kisoro require very much high investment in terms of feasibility. So when you talk about the challenges that we have, these are challenges, but it requires very deliberate effort, as Mr. Brian Kabula said, in terms of ensuring that we are making the right steps in the right direction and at the right time. Finally, around the challenges, as far as investment authority is concerned, we would like to take a look at what the neighbors are doing. So we would like to see us transition what we call the traders or the kind of businessmen who are involved, yes, in value addition, but not to the level of manufacturing, so that we can handhold them and give them, yes, the space, but also link them up to the appropriate other investors that have got scale and have got the experience to ensure that they are moving in the right direction.
Okay.
Twinning to that is the issue of consistency in collaboration. And that I must emphasize that forums that like this allow us to ensure that we are talking the same language consistently and over time. It is not something that has to be done only once a year. It is something that we need deliberate actions to be made out of this forum, for example. What do we agree? What do we do after tomorrow? So that then we are very focused on the steps we agree from this forum, and we are taking them forward in the spirit of teamwork as far as Team Uganda is concerned. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. And I will request our technical team to just avail us a handheld mic. I will take about three, ideas from from the plenary, but as the technical team gets us that, I want to get back to Brian on just one issue, because manufacturing viability is very dependent on the stable, affordable utilities. And I'm wondering what's most crippling for you as a manufacturer, the most crippling structural deficiency that poses the greatest recurring threat to your operational output as a manufacturer? You can.
Yes, thank you for that question, Mildred. I would say from our experience in the industrial park, I would say maybe it's just the intermittent supplies of power. I think power goes off quite a bit, maybe two or three times a week. My uncle Sikanda would agree with me. Another issue maybe that has been plaguing us is reliability of water supply. And of course, this usually is caused by the infrastructure works that are already happening. And we have engaged with UEGCL on the project for 5 cents per kilowatt hour. But for me, I think all those, entrepreneurs, we are built a bit differently. It is crazy for someone to go who has been importing their products and selling reliably. They know, for them to have a mindset change, to go and say, now let me try manufacturing. Yeah. So for me, those challenges from where we stand, they are real, but they are not as big a challenge as the financing issue. Yeah? So those we can struggle with. As entrepreneurs, we can strap up our boots. With the policy issues, the policy advantages we have as being local manufacturers in the country, we believe we can withstand those, and those with a better contribution to our national GDP and our budget, I believe can be solved. But the biggest issue we have is on financing.
Okay.
And
the elephant in the room is the financing. The others can be the tail.
The others we're already addressing. We struggle. The roads are not perfect. You cut off my water, I'll complain. Yeah. And people are working. These people in National Water and Sewage Corporation and UEDCL, they are working. They do well. But the only missing piece in Uganda right now, I believe, is on financing.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Asira, you did mention the issue of energy, unreliable energy. The high logistic costs also are one of those that consistently are cited as the single biggest constraints when it comes to East Africa's manufacturing, for example. I'm wondering whether, as the East African Development Bank, you are having some, apart from the direct project financing, I'm wondering whether you have some strategic framework when it comes to investing in facilitating some kind of shared infrastructure, whether it is energy, whether it comes to issues of transportation and logistics, something that is joint, as the saying is, if you want to go far, you walk together.
Thank you. I think that resonates very well with the conference and discussion we had in Joburg last month under the framework of AUDA NEPAD, in terms of what are the infrastructure projects that we should be focusing on across Africa. And in East Africa, I would not like integration. And very generally, there are a number of sources of energy across East Africa. So you've got hydro energy, you've got wind energy, you've got, I leave solar energy out for now, you've got geothermal, and very many others. And some sources of energy are much cheaper than others. But, so you will have a situation where, for example, in Tanzania, there is cheaper hydro energy, which at some point is not being utilized. But you may find in Kenya, you have expensive geothermal energy being used, or at some point in Uganda, you've got much more expensive HFO being used. Now, how do we create a transmission ring, call it Lake Victoria transmission ring, whereby we fund the establishment of power transmission lines that allow the countries to tap into cheaper sources of power at any one particular point. So that's a point of discussion among the multilateral financial institutions across Africa, and more specific to East Africa, those projects have been identified. And I think if we can crack issues to do with the cost of energy, we will, in a large way, have cracked the challenge around manufacturing.
Okay, definitely. I'll be getting back to the team, especially from Bank of Uganda and Uganda Investment Authority. I am wondering if we have some 2-3 burning issues that the plenary would want to bring on board so we can bolster manufacturing. Like Brian did clearly say, the biggest elephant in the room, capital. The others can be the tail and the ears. You know, they're much smaller than the elephant itself. Do we have any? Okay, we have one right at the back. Your name, sir, and as briefly as possible, get your question or your deliberation across.
Thank you. Thank you for to the organizers of this. Emmanuel Emasit is my name. I work for Vantage Management Consult. I have 2 questions. One goes to the gentleman from Medical Vitals, where you say you need latex to process the gloves. I don't know whether you have gone ahead to encourage Ugandans to grow for you those trees. Why I'm saying that, I happen to come from the East, where at some point they said a factory which was made for the mangoes was not suitable for the mangoes. So that kind of synergizing where you say, this is the product I need, and you tell them from the start exactly what kind of a tree species and whether it works in the environment we are in. So I needed you to bring it out so that some of us may go for tree planting, knowing that we're also addressing environmental issues too.
Okay.
Number 2 goes to the gentleman in, I think is UDB. Okay, the bankers. I think that would touch the central bank as well.
Bank, yeah.
I will also add it to the last presenter who talked about power. Because recently the president of Kenya said he signed some deals to manage some storage, whatever, in Kenya, but later I learned that the energy required to set up those hubs was more than the current energy requirement of the whole of Kenya, so I think he threw up in sums. And therefore, I was thinking in terms of financing startups, because if you are trying to bring other people to add on the energy grid, those are basically kind of startups in our context in Uganda. I don't know whether you really have a lot of plans for people who want to do startups in terms of financing those investments.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The questions have been taken. Let's get the next one. If there is any, I'll take just a second one because we already have 2 questions coming through. Oh, there's a lady at the back. Yes, there's a lady at the back. We'll go with that.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. I am Nasimbwa Joyce, Director, Jomok Factory from PG. This question goes to the bankers in the room. When we come for your services, like I need maybe 100 million for my investment, then you underestimate me and you tell me I will give you 50 million, and you find that this money is not enough to do my production. I'm in concrete manufacturing. I'm just wondering how you can support us as local manufacturers because we are competing with Turkish people who are having billion investments. They have the best technology and they have working capital. I don't know about it's going even to investment department. How are you going to support us, local manufacturers? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think I will just hold it because I don't seem to see any other hand raised up. Now, I will start from Brian to respond to the question. And also at that, I think you'll also give some conclusive remarks looking at the time that we have on us.
Thank you for that question on what we have done to encourage and also ascertain the viability of rubber tree growing in Uganda. So we are currently doing feasibility studies and where we have reached, we are doing technical feasibility studies. So like I said, we have to start with the market. It made no sense initially to start encouraging people to do rubber when the factory is not up and running. But we are now at a point where we are now applying for expansion capital so that we scale to a level which can provide a commercially viable pool for the latex that will be produced. And our feasibilities are now at a stage of technical. We are doing soil samples, and we are working in partnership with the Malaysia Rubber Board. Why Malaysia? Malaysia is the hub of the global leader in medical glove and rubber products manufacturing in the world. And in order for you to just get an idea of Uganda's potential and how it's comparable to Malaysia's. Malaysia was built on two industries, that is rubber and palm oil, yeah? And Malaysia is also on the equator, and our climate is very similar, except for a bit of humidity here and there. There are a whole host of rubber trees scattered all over the west of Uganda and in the Republic of Congo. So in terms of whether this is technically possible, we are 100% sure it is possible. We will definitely need government support to encourage tree growing, this specific tree growing. I am one of the beneficiaries of an old project which was called SPGS, where they encouraged us to plant pine and eucalyptus, and they would match our contributions in tree planting. It was a wonderful project, and I'm one of the beneficiaries. So I know that it's possible, and we look forward to that being done. And then as maybe some sort of inspiration and parting remarks for all who are here listening, Jeff Bezos, the CEO, executive chairman of Amazon, was recently being interviewed, and he was talking about his story, the Amazon story, and he explained that one of the best things about the United States of America, and again, I'm not trying to go away from us finding our own solutions, but they are globally established principles of development. And I think that's where our keynote speaker was also picking the solutions he was giving us. So the African solution is finding money within our coffers, within what's around, in Africa, so that we resolve and provide the solution to support manufacturing, as opposed to just holding, sitting back and hoping that the DFIs will be targeted to give us solutions that are more skewed to adding value as opposed to export of raw materials. But my point is this, that he said one of the greatest things that is in America is what they call risk capital. He gives an example of the fact that one, he got some risk capital from his family. It ran out after about 1 year. He went to his family again. They enabled him to go around their friends and pick capital. He picked $1 million from about 21 people, so approximately $50,000 from each of them, and he was able to set up, to prove the concept of Amazon. Amazon did not become profitable, did not break even until the 10th year. So that is the level of mindset that we need to have. We need to have a long-term mindset. The impact of the tenor and of our financing is so huge, the tenor and scale, because when you look at, if you have a loan that is covering only 10 years compared to someone who has a loan covering, which needs to be paid back in 20 years, every year and every month, I have to account for splitting that monthly payment across my total production, so that every unit tries as much as possible to be competitive with what is coming into the country. So that is where tenor comes in. So for me, just as my parting remarks would be, let's be of one mind, and let's know that whichever role we are playing in the economy, whether it's the entrepreneur taking a risk, whether it is the financiers, whether it's the policymakers, let's understand that this is not a short-term game, this is a long-term game. And we have done everything, our country, even with all its challenges, we have continued to develop, we have continued to improve, and what's been done is remarkable. The only frontier remaining now is unlocking this issue of financing to encourage local production from our own coffers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. And as I go to Mr. Deo Sande from the Bank of Uganda to respond to a few issues that could have been raised and also your parting remarks, I would also encourage you, in case you feel you need some sugars, you need some caffeine, feel free just slightly to step outside to your right. You can grab a cup of coffee or tea and get back. We need to have our working tea because we do not have elastic time on us, so we won't have the time to break off entirely. But in case you feel you want to grab something to eat or a cup of coffee or tea, just step out, and to your right you'll be able to find the serving table. Yes, to you, Mr. Sande.
Thank you very much. I would like to speak to that question, the second question by the lady. Why she goes to the bank, she's asking for 100 million and the bank offers her 50 million. The first journey in this whole thing is, I suppose, in the interest of what relationship have you developed with your bank? So, as an institution, this is part of the financial inclusion story. Bank of Uganda feels as the business community, it's important for you to develop a relationship with your bankers, because part of the story in your making your projects viable, the banks may look at your cash flow. So there's a case for you just walking in without considering the fact that I need this 100 million, and yet if you had this, let's say you bank with this bank, they see your cash flow, the bank is in position to offer you more money. So the known problem now in the economy is that people only go to the bank to borrow the money. They don't establish a relationship with the banks. So I would encourage us to establish relationships with the banks, and with that, the banks will be in position to offer you as much as they think you can take on board. And that's just to speak to that question of just don't walk in for the money. Establish that relationship. That's very important.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to you, Mr. Asira, as you respond to some, and you'll also give us your parting shots.
Thank you. So in my closing, I'll attempt to answer the questions. Three things. One is we've already talked about the issue of the cost of power. Now, as DFIs, we are very well positioned to support the transmission and the distribution. At the moment, there's a lot of power that has been generated, but I think there's an issue around transmission and distribution. We are well positioned. If we can do it around the Lake Victoria Ring, effectively it means that it's possible to access cheaper power from a neighboring country within the same bloc. So that's one. Two is the issue of the financing and the tenor which keeps coming up. So at the moment, East African Development Bank, 10, 12, 15 years, that's the space we are playing in, and we can fund your projects. But again, a properly structured project tells you how long it will take to pay back. So let's not shy away from, don't shy away from speaking to us and saying that you need 20 years, maybe you need 10, maybe you need 7. Let's talk, let's have a look at your project. As we speak right now, we are struggling to find manufacturing projects that we can fund. It's a big issue in this region. And you begin to ask yourself, where are the jobs going to come from? Can we dialogue with the importers? Why am I so focused on the importers? It's because they have already tested the market, they're able to sell the products. Someone who can already sell a product is an easier person to deal with when it comes to supporting them to manufacture the product, because they already know the route to market. And then lastly, on the question of startups, the one thing that must never be forgotten is that DFIs exist to address market failures. DFIs are not supposed to be competing commercial banks and operating in the space of commercial banks. Talk to us. We should be able to fund startups. That's why we exist. In closing, I think what we require is more engagement. There are a lot of people with ideas, there are a lot of people thinking about something they would like to do, but they're not coming out to talk to the DFIs. There is a lot of collaboration going on at the moment across Africa under an alliance of multilateral financial institutions. It's called AMFI. What we realize is that through this alliance, you'll find that if a project is bankable, but EADB is not able to do all of it or a part of it, or cannot provide certain things that it requires, it will reach out to AFC, it will reach out to Africa Development Bank. And for information, Africa Development Bank is a shareholder in East African Development Bank. And therefore, please, investors, this is your time. Talk to us. Let's see how we can support you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll end with Peter. And especially also, Peter, while the Uganda Development Corporation was having the engagement or the keynote, there seemed to be a lot of conversation around our foreign direct investment, heavily being with regard to extraction of natural resources as opposed to more, manufacturing going on. How do you think we can be able to work better also on the side of manufacturing, as you give us your parting shots?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mildred. And we have had a very engaging period in time over the last few days, and I've listened very carefully from the last speakers. You'll allow me, since we've been moving very steadily in terms of time, I could see that time was increasing coming my side. I expend a little bit more time so that I can dive into the issues that you've highlighted. So we have already addressed the main issue, which is how far are we industrializing, or shall Africa ever industrialize? We have industrialization here. We have the women behind industrialization from the speakers that have just spoken. These are Africans, but we also have FDIs that are purely for women. The questions that I'm hearing and that I've been catching, I spent time with the youth yesterday, downstairs, interacting with some of the circles that have come to us looking for business ideas, and also based on the engagements that we've had in the last period over the forums that we have been having, be it the forums in this continent or abroad, the questions remain around acceleration. How do we accelerate? How do we sustain? How do we make sure that what we are doing is inclusive? Inclusive in terms of both women and youth, but also inclusive in terms of the blended financing that my colleagues were talking about. A whole mix of it. There's also questions around how do we bridge the gaps in brands. We are trying to address the issue of global value chains. In most of the industrial parks that we are monitoring, because we have a monitoring and evaluation component which is very key for us, we want to address what Mr. Asira is talking about in terms of how do we add value. Yesterday, you were doing value addition into juice, but we have also seen that there are many other juice processors. What else can you do? Can you probably preserve the puree and put it in a place where it can actually be long-term?
Okay.
Then, finally, it is to address the issues around complementarity, to appreciate the role of which institution is playing where in the journey of investment, from inception, from when the formation of the company starts, business registration, right until the end, where you are tapping into the economy in terms of financing. So Uganda Investment Authority, the role is to ensure that you are focused and you have a framework where you can go in terms of advancing the whole agenda of Uganda's industrialization. The next bit is your growth, to ensure that you are not just producing for the sake of what your business strategy talks about, but instead you are producing for the market. That is when you are addressing the issues Mr. Brian Kavi and Mr. Asira are talking about, where you are relevant, where you are most needed. And that goes on to my last point of being competitive. This whole industrialization agenda does not end anywhere without your product being the most competitive in the market. And what do we do at Uganda Investment Authority is to ensure that your cost of doing business is curtailed. And that is my daily job, to ensure that we are meeting the stakeholders. We are talking with the policy, advocating for policy changes. We are talking about the incentive regime. When we talk about tax incentives, we are constantly combing through the whole tax incentives booklet with the Uganda Revenue Authority to ensure that be it the manufacturer, be it the agro-industrialist, be it the person in tourism industry, everyone is tapping into the incentive regime. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is to invite you to be very familiar with the one-stop center. This is the hub where business happens. Gone are the days where you come hopping around and looking for a lawyer to take you around in terms of business registration. At Uganda Investment Authority, and the one-stop center is a conglomerate of all government institutions in one room. We will make sure that the license that we issue takes less than 48 hours. What does that mean? That means then that you can walk on each other desks of government and pick your license, be it in NEMA, be it in KCCA, but also making sure that the cost is not expensive, so that your experience in Uganda as you come as a foreign direct investor or as a domestic investor is very, very good. And that is my job and a job at Uganda Investment Authority, to ensure that you remain in Uganda, you produce more, you increase, and then we as an economy can see our next agenda of growth. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Peter. I wish we had elastic time to continue. We unfortunately have to bring this conversation to a close here. I want to say a special thank you to East African Medical Vitals, the East African Development Bank, the Bank of Uganda, as well as the Uganda Investment Authority. Gentlemen, I will now request that we just stand and take a group photo as I invite back Simon to take over the microphone once again. Let's just stand for a group photo.
I think this panel and the moderator, Mildred, deserve a hand clap from all of us. They have taken us through a very interestingly deep conversation that went ahead to digest the earlier keynote address that had been made by the Executive Director of Uganda Development Corporation, breaking it down into the practicability of what they do in their respective facets. And then we did see the assurances coming in from the government agency that was on board, which is the Uganda Investment Authority, as well as the Central Bank, giving us some kind of ray of hope that where we are headed, there is some policy engagement that facilitates trade. Now, what we're going in, folks, I know sometimes after a heavy and high-octane presentation such as this, we need to pepper down this for it to sink. But may I suggest that we proceed in the order of business, because again, time is not an ally on our end, but also importantly, we will all agree that we came for serious business, and serious business ought to be dealt with so that then we can relax at once. So, in no further ado, may I invite our next keynote address that will be coming in from someone that has prepared himself, who I intend to invite by way first of sharing with us their profile, and then as they make their way here, I think Mildred has a housekeeping announcement she intends to make. Oh, okay, fine. I am told the previous panel ought to be thanked in a manner that UDC knows how best, so I will request that UDC steps forward and thanks their respective panelists. Mr. Peter Muramira, Mr. Kavuya, and all the other panelists that were here.
Yes, kindly requesting the panelists to get back for a word of thank you from the Uganda Development Corporation. That's how they do their thing. Okay, we'll start with Peter, probably, and I think we can have the board chair of Uganda Development Corporation handing over this in the shortest time possible so we can do it. We'll start with Uganda Investment Authority. Peter coming through. If you could step up, I think it's Peter, if you could just kindly step up right here, and the board chair will be able to hand over that. Right up, yes. I'll request Brian as well to just get back, East African Development Bank, as well as the Bank of Uganda. UDC does it in a totally different way, that guests don't come and they leave empty-handed. Thank you so much. Brian, wherever you are. And Peter, if you may, please don't go too far so you can, we would want that branding. It's very important as well to come in. And that's Brian from East African Medical Vitals. Let's get back the financials, East African Development Bank. And the Bank of Uganda. And I'd like to invite the Executive Director of Uganda Development Corporation as well to get back for, to have this one. There are no terms and conditions, so Dr. Patrick Birungi, there are no terms and conditions that applied in this one. You'll be as well getting yours here from the board chair. And I'll request everyone else to come back for that group picture as I hand back to Simon. Sorry. Please, let's come back for that group photo. Mr. Kasiate, back to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mildred, and the previous panel. I think we have seen that it pays heavily to be on a panel that has been organized and put together by UDC. And so we who are looking for the next panels, I believe now we know what the catch is. And of course, we know that the gifts come in from UDC. Concerning UDC is a government agency. They are fully aware of the limitations of how much can be in a gift bag, and so those in government agencies that have received them, they don't have to open them for the full scrutiny of all of us. And considering that we have a new IGG in town, you do not want to be the first example of how hard she can bite. Well, we are now going in straight away to yet a very brief but impactful keynote address that is speaking about building the foundations that include energy, transport, and digital infrastructure for manufacturing. And now this is how we're going to do it. After this keynote address, we will invite a key industrialist that is within us who will come to discuss this keynote address from a very practical point of view, someone with a pedigree of manufacturing, pedigree of starting something that has since become a phenomenon in terms of what they're able to do with very minimal resources, but riding on what it is that we're trying to unlock today, whether it's an enabling environment in terms of infrastructure, whether it is an enabling environment in terms of energy, an enabling environment with regard to human resource and human capital development, an enabling environment in as far as financing is concerned. So I believe that the next session is not one where we are discussing largely from the comfort of a classroom or research, but I think we will hear from someone that has been in what many of you would want to term as the school of life. So without further ado, allow me invite Dr. Isaac Shinyekwa, who is the head of Trade and Regional Integration, the Department of Economic Policy Research Center. And we'll be glad to hear from you from a point of research, and then you will hear from a point of practice. I thank you.
How many minutes? I don't know. I'll try. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed through the slides to try as much as possible to be in tandem with me, because I've been told we have a shortage of time. So please, you'll have to move with me as quickly as possible. I work for the Economic Policy Research Center as a senior research fellow, and I head the Department of Trade and Regional Integration. This presentation draws from a number of reports. I'll highlight one of them. And it canvasses the entire African continent, so it's not based on Ugandan experience, as I was guided. You can skip that one and go straight. Yeah, precisely. So I would wish to give a perspective of the Africa's manufacturing value added. This is 2021. It is really low. It is below 2%. And I think Dr. Birun did a very good portion on that, compared with Asia, which is 54%. So we are really doing badly as Africa. That's what I want to underline on that. And I also want to remind us this presentation is data intensive. When you look at the concentration of this below 2%, it's largely in 5 countries, taking the share of 70%, and the rest of us sharing 30%. And this is Egypt, South Africa, Algeria, Morocco, and Nigeria. You can imagine those are the big bulls in the crowd in terms of sharing this very little 1.9%. Okay? Oh, you never moved with me, sorry. Can you move? Yeah, that's the one I've just been talking about. Move the next one. I just wanted to give a flavor of what's happening in terms of our manufacturing status. And the questions that I intend to answer, if I can, what are the key physical and digital infrastructure bottlenecks that impede our manufacturing? How do we compare with global benchmarks? I'm not going to attempt to answer the last one. Maybe the panel will do that, or along the way. Just for us to understand what's happening in as far as industrialization in Africa. Can we move on, please? So the bottlenecks, in terms of what we have discussed from morning up to now, yeah, it is infrastructure. Number 2 is access to credit. Number 3, it's logistics. Number 4, unreliable and expensive electricity. And then the skills gaps. Of course, these are not the only ones, the others. And I'm not going to go into the details because, again, Dr. Abirinyi did a good job on this. Let's move to the next slide. Now I'll start by discussing transport and logistics. Move to the next slide, please. Yeah. As a bottleneck. Go to the next slide. The state of transport infrastructure. We have seen the development of many ports since mid-2000s rather, and this has really taken on shape, goods inefficient, making them very expensive and, of course, time consuming. And I'll show some the concentration. Yeah, if you look at that map, what you notice is that African ports are attracting a lot of private sector participation, but the rest of the logistics and transport value chain fails to generate private sector investment. So you'll see there is those big zeros telling us about 2010 and 2021, the growth, which has been quite phenomenal. But within the continent itself, there's no integration. So there is that big challenge. Next slide. Yeah, when you look at that slide, if you look at the first one, those are ports, second one, railways, third one, roads, and the fourth one, airports. You will notice that Africa has invested quite a lot in ports, which I was showing you previously. And that is the best we have done. In terms of roads, in terms of rail, in terms of airports, we are doing very, very, very badly. That bottom line there. The other regions, because I'm doing a comparative analysis, they're really putting money in these areas. You can see, for example, Europe is putting, Europe and Central Asia, they are putting a lot in airports. In terms of roads, East Asia and the Pacific are doing quite a lot. For us, we have only concentrated around the cost, so the lack of integration. Next. When you look at those two maps, you'll notice quite little in terms of road networks. Take an example, Africa's total paved road network spans approximately 680,000 kilometers, which is just 6 times smaller than India, the Indian continent. That is, India is small, we are a mass. So we are 1/6 of what India is doing. That's a very big challenge. The most developed economies like South Africa, Algeria account for approximately 40%. Again, these are at the costs. Despite occupying 20% of the world's population, Africa's paved road network accounts for just 1% majority of our movements and movement of goods, these are all by road. We have a challenge. I'll move very fast. In terms of the rail network, I mentioned it's neglected, underfunded, and declining traffic is witnessed. There's limited interconnectivity. Now, we have different gauge systems, older meter gauge rate, standard gauge rail lines, and Cape gauge networks. These ones, they are different rail networks, and they are not interlinked. There is a very big challenge in terms of making sure all these work together in tandem. Next, let's move. So Africa's air infrastructure has witnessed continued expansion in recent years. However, it still falls short of global performance in terms of standards and handles only a modest volume of freight. The establishment of air cargo hubs has been limited to specific regions where economies exhibit great diversification, like Egypt, like South Africa, and Kenya. Between 2001 and 2015, the overall air transport capacity in sub-Saharan Africa saw a notable increase from an estimated 47 million to 100, that's more than double, million seats. Okay, this is what happened to us. In terms of freight, it increased from 2.2 million tons per kilometer in 2012 to 4.2 million tons per kilometer in 2021, significantly behind those of the Middle East, who are doing 34, and Asia, 65. The comparisons really sees very dismal performance. Now let me show you, let's go to the next one. And you see, this is what I've been talking about. When you compare ourselves with the other regions, we are really at the bottom in terms of cargo transport. Let's move to the next slide. In terms of investment, the aviation sector has witnessed limited private sector investment in recent years, with investment levels even declining, as you can see in that chart. Several factors hinder investment. These are the challenges, the bottlenecks, and growth in African aviation. Number one, the relatively high cost of air travel stemming from low passenger volumes, stringent airspace regulations, and elevated passengers and airport taxes present significant challenges. In some countries, you have to pay. In Africa here. Then concerns over safety. This exacerbates the whole problem, which limits investment. Let's move to the next one. So all these compound and make logistics a nightmare along the entire value chain, which makes it very difficult for moving goods. The World Bank Logistics Index, it's called the Logistics Performance Index, shows that African economies rank lower than their global peers. We are not doing well. It's only in South Africa, Egypt, and Botswana that you see some good performance, perhaps. On our corridors here, the Northern Corridor, that we all know, it takes you 1.8 US dollars per kilometer per container to move, nearly double the international norm, which is about $1. So to carry your goods and take into the cost of East Africa at Mombasa is more expensive perhaps than even carrying those goods, taking them to Europe. So we have a big challenge in terms of logistics. Processing time and handling costs are notably higher at African ports, averaging 50% higher than the other regions. And many African ports are either at or nearing their capacity limits, with the traffic growth projections expected to further strain the turnaround efficiency. With the crowding, we'll have challenges in terms of logistics. So, having given a picture of this infrastructure, what are the key issues? The key issues is integrate the networks, create multimodal systems that use the different facets of the transport network when it comes to infrastructure development. Then the one-stop border posts have become a norm, and that's what we should emphasize more. Let's go to energy infrastructure. That picture you're seeing there is a picture of the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia, I think under construction. I biased myself with this just to give us an idea of what these people have done internally. Okay. So, except for North Africa, our continent's electricity infrastructure remains underdeveloped and unreliable, hindering development and industrialization. So you'll see that Africa takes a very big portion of the population of the world, about 1/5, but only contributes to less than 6% of the global energy consumption. That is sickness of the highest level. We need to address this. Of our gigawatts that we produce, okay, they are just equivalent in the whole Africa, equivalent to what Germany. So our electricity consumption equals to what one country in Europe does. I think that one also shows exactly where we are. And then the level of investments into electricity generation has not matched our potential. Just to give an idea about our potential, 1% of our solar energy right now is what we are having. So we have 99% unexploited. For gas, we have 95% unexploited. For geothermal energy, we have 94% unexploited. And wind, we have 93% unexploited. And for hydro, we are only doing 11%. So we can still generate more. Now, let's go to the next, just for me to underline what I've been saying. That is showing us our potential and what we are doing. For solar, the gigawatts are 11,000 that we can, but we are doing only 12. So what does that mean? If we tapped into this, we could really do a lot. This slide just emphasizes what we had seen from the previous potential and what we have so far achieved. So there is underutilized potential that we should tap into. Let's move to the next one. In terms of consumption, it is established that the per capita, which is normal, like you talk about the poverty line here in Uganda, should be around 1,000. As you can see, North Africa, Africa itself, South Africa, we are all below the 1,000 kWh per capita. Whereas Oceania, Americas, Asia, wow, they are really above. Now, how do we compute this 1,000? It's computed that 700 have to be for industrialization or manufacturing, and then 300 have for lighting at homes to come up with that figure. We are not doing well. Move on. Now, in terms of transmission, which I think the bank has talked about, we are doing very badly. We are again below the thresholds. We are down there in terms of transmitting this energy. The energy is produced like we have had in Uganda, but we have a problem regarding moving that energy to some place. Let me move to the next one. In terms of generation, the growth in Africa is 2.1%. Others are 4-point-something% high up there. We are not doing very well. In terms of generation, we need to speed up. So the salient issues that come out of this is that limited funding and capacity competing for global funds. You remember the experience of Ethiopia when they wanted to do their dam and they were told you can't do it for different reasons. Competing for these funds is a problem. There's inadequate public funding and limited private sector funding, interest in transmission and distribution. That's an area to underline. Existing grid networks suffer from losses that hinder the utilization and evacuation of electricity. The systems need to be upgraded, and and then the lack of capacity. This lack of capacity does not allow people to invest a lot in electricity. So we end up not doing very well. And the key issues in terms of energy is collaborative efforts between the public and private sector, underline transmission as something we need to address very seriously, and then we try brownfield generation. These are already existing facilities that need to be helped to expand and to do the job better. Those are 3 areas that I identify that we need to think about. We go to digital infrastructure. All right. Move the next slide. Now, this is an interesting area. I'll go a little bit sorry, but I'm trying to make us understand. There are three phases or areas, I don't know how you could term them, that deal with internet. There's what called the first mile, which connects data from its source to a local hub, like a subsea cable, cable landing stations, etc. Then the middle mile, which carries large amounts of data between hubs. Okay? Then the last one is the one that goes to the end user. In other words, you're talking about the sea, you're talking about here and where perhaps it comes from. So despite the progress that we have made in undersea internet, cables, and backbone infrastructure, the content remains far behind much of the rest of the world, especially in the last mile connections. 60% of Africans have no access to internet, where lack of fiber prevents the distribution of bandwidth more locally. Digital services also remain too expensive. Affordability remains a problem. Let's move to the next one. And it's this affordability that actually, the next slide, yes, no, not that one. Affordability actually makes us have only 40% connected, and then we are vulnerable. You remember when there were issues in the sea, there's the issue of vulnerability, and then the data development centers. In the next slide, I will show how poor we are doing when it comes to data center development. And then there is investment tends to focus on populated centers, urban centers. The rural ones are neglected. This is like the challenges that are happening here. Now, go to the next slide. The next slide is showing us that, yes, that internet bandwidth consumption is very small in Africa. In the first side, the other side of the chart, we consume less. It's a result of what I've already said. And then connectivity and penetration is also low, which is 40% as a result of that. Next, capacity of data centers. Africa accounts for just 1% of the world's data capacity. 1% like this. So for us to keep pace and achieve what South Africa has achieved, we need to do 700 new data centers, which we are really doing very, very badly. And you can see, comparing some African countries in the chart and other European countries, data centers remain a big challenge that we need to work on. Let's move to the next one. The technology mix. The G2, G3, G4, G5. In the first chart, where is Africa? We are somewhere with G4, but largely, of course, we have G3 and G2. Others, like Europe, are almost G4. And the next chart, in terms of adoption by percentage, North Africa is at 8%, Sub-Saharan Africa is at 4%, whereas North America is 63%. This shows the dismal level of catching up with the technology that makes things move and shine. I'm about finished, ladies and gentlemen. Then I'm going to industrial zones. I'm not going to talk much about industrial zones because there's quite a lot, but I'll say one or two, three things. In the literature, industrial zones, free zones, special zones, they are all sort of banded together. This is the one in Ethiopia. But it's the way forward for us to overcome some of these infrastructure challenges, literally. If we do that, then we concentrate in one area, we shall be able to do quite a lot. Why do we go into industrial zones? In some, we have tax exemptions, simplified custom procedures, streamlined administrative regulations, and a dedicated high infrastructure. And this is the model that we are picking on that we need to really sell, because then it helps us to do quite a lot. It attracts for us FDI in localized environment. And, but the challenge is this. If you follow the old model of special zones and the free zones, when we are liberalizing at the continental level, we're going to have a challenge. The challenge is that you only sell 20% in the local economy and 70% must go out at a tax or so, and yet we have liberalized. So we have those challenges. To me, I would think we need to work on one major thing, to use these centers to localize services, to have training centers, to have incubation centers, and have the ability to be able to manufacture without some of these challenges. The last slide I have simply summarizes the rationale for industrial parks, which I have explained. Ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure development at the continental level is no longer a wish, it is a must. Industrialization is a war. You have to fight it using different tools. They say industrialization and trade are actually part of the war, or reasons why people even go to get the guns and fight. So we need to be very strategic and make sure we have sufficient infrastructure at the continental level to be able to reach out and industrialize. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I think, given the circumstances and the depth of his presentation and what time it is on your clock, this gentleman tried and he deserves a hand clap. With my little experience in this business, however brilliant the conversation is and life-changing, but when it comes at an hour such as this, the levels of concentration may not be at their best. But here is our consolation. The next person I am inviting to just share with us their snippets of how they do it. If I may use Ugandan street speak, where in the local dialect we say, Ochikolotia. You may want to ask yourself, why am I running to go and have my lunch at this hour when my bank account does not have even double-digit US dollars in terms of plain amounts, when the person that is pitted to speak to me is speaking of maybe $3-digit million on their account? And unlike you and me, who go smiling to the bank, for them they go laughing to the bank. And I think that's a better situation for all of us, and that's where we aspire to be. And so having heard this word presentation from an academic, a policy analyst, allow me invite a man who, and I will use the example that we just shared. He said, India is 10 times smaller than Uganda, than Africa. And yet Africa's total road network, paved roads, is 6 times less than India. He says the internet proliferation in this part of the world accounts for about 1% of the global internet proliferation. Of course, we are told that when it comes to electricity and other energy sources, we are plainly and literally a dark continent. But then there are those who may have had the opportunity to invest in India and any other part of the world, but they have invested not just in Africa, but they have invested in Uganda. What have they seen that we are not seeing? How can we follow the torch of their illumination so that together we can build this continent? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Sikandar Lalani, the chairman of the Roofings Group. And as he comes, he told me that seeing is believing. So as he comes, a video of what he has done is going to play on our screens to set the stage for what he will tell us in his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As a key player in manufacturing sector, especially steel and steel products industry, and also as chairman of the Uganda Iron and Steel Manufacturing Association, I will provide my comments in this context, that is manufacturing of iron and manufacturing of steel. I'll be very short. The key infrastructure affecting our industry or affected by our industry are: one, rail transport. When we started, we were transporting about 3,000 tons of our material by rail. At the moment, we are transporting 12,000 tons of material by rail. And we have monthly requirement of about 30,000 tons of steel. So here my message is we have to invest in our railway line, upgrade our lines, and of course we are waiting, all of us, for standard gauge railway, which will improve the transportation a lot. Road transport for the northern corridor from Mombasa up to Kampala, and especially from Kampala up to the border, I think that road condition, we have to look into it, invest, and improve on this road condition a lot. Water transport, there is a lot of opportunity to export from the East African countries, especially Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We ourselves, we are exporting a lot of our material by lake from Port Bell to Tanzania, Mwanza Port Bell to Kisumu. And for the moment, we do not have enough vessel and transport facilities to cover up this transport. And our request is that the water transport is very important. It's the cheapest way of transportation, and we have to improve a lot on it, increase vessels on the lake. We can also look into developing our local lake transport in all over Uganda. And not only lake transport, but then also we have to develop the transport within Uganda. Now to supply the products to each part of Uganda, we lack the infrastructure in Uganda. But at large, we have to develop the community and most of all, Africa. Electricity, this is under energy sector. We have enough power to run all our industries over here in Uganda. But our problem is the quality of power. There is fluctuation of power, power cuts, and the quality of power. This is where we have to improve a lot. On hydrocarbons, hydrogen for cleaning steel and galvanizing to ensure strong and uniform coating. We have the plant and it's operational. We are using it. We encourage others to use this technology. Liquefied petroleum gas for powering furnaces and processes. Our requirement is 780 metric tons per month. We have got the largest capacity installed in the country for for the use of for the use of LPG, and after our oil industry is developed, I think this will help us out a lot. Under ICT sector, ICT sector impact to the industry, business services are linked. Our systems are interlinked with URA, URSB, NSSF, banking sector, etc. For example, our SAP HANA 4 is linked to all these services, and we encourage other businesses and other industries to link up onto different sectors of business. Technological services, a number of equipment are monitored online by technology providers. For example, all our machines are linked to the supplier, and this helps out a lot, and we request everyone to use these facilities. My appeal to the government for the improvement in infrastructure to boost investment in the industry. Number one is invest in power quality and more capacity for the future. Number two, invest in water transport, vessels, upgrade of port, and new waterways, especially on the rivers. Use technology for level playing field, and here level playing field, the only control is input-output ratio. The industrial norms of input-output ratios should be used by URA to improve the taxation, tax collection by the country, which is so important. Use technology for market connectivity. The level of online trade is low in Uganda, unlike the rest of the world. This can boost export trade as well as compliance due to visibility of transactions and flexibility in payments. Reduce cost of plastic money, mobile money, and online transaction. For example, it is cheaper to move with 20 million shilling in cash from Bushani to Kampala than to send it through mobile money or use of Visa, MasterCard. Here in Uganda, the use of mobile money, Visa, MasterCard, the expenses are too high. And the development for us, for our industry, where we are, I am in Uganda since 1994. Until now, we have developed in partnership with the government. The government has played an enormous part in development of the private sector, and a lot can be done by the integration of private sector and government departments to develop the country and at large the continent. Apart from this, thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I can answer. Anything which anyone wants to ask, please. What do you feel? A couple of questions.
Yeah, you can just sit so that you can ask.
Okay.
I think let's give Mzee Lalani a huge hand clap. I was worried that he was not going to share very succinctly from the heart, considering that I don't know what it means to be rich. You will agree with me. So my thinking is that rich people never share the secrets of how to become rich. Otherwise, all of us may be like them. But it's different with him. He's not only generous in the way he shares his information, but he has also challenged us to ask him a question as to how, where, and what he does. I think for me, that's a golden opportunity. So you have no one but yourself to blame for being the way you are, especially if you're in the presence of Mzee Lalani and you don't ask a question. But to put his conversation in perspective before the question comes through, allow me to invite Mr. Ajutu Emmanuel, an Assistant Commissioner with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in charge of policy analysis. Where are you, Emmanuel Ajutu? Please come and sit right next to Mzee Lalani. Also, allow me to invite a very distinguished lady amongst us, Mrs. Irene Birungi Mugisha, who is the CEO of the Presidential CEOs Forum, or simply put, the CEO of CEOs in Uganda. Irene Mugisha, please step forward and sit with us so that when the questions come and the conversations begin, we have how we can balance this boat. Mzee Lalani has spoken of some of the opportunities he's taken since 1994, some of the challenges he has to navigate, and from his conversation looks like it doesn't matter, you are up and sailing against the tide. Emmanuel, when an industrialist of this stature says it is true we have enough electricity to power our industry, but the challenge is the quality of the electricity and the reliability of that electricity. And you are seated at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development as an Assistant Commissioner for Policy Analysis. Share with us what you've taken in your notebook with regard to his concern, and then allay his concerns as to what you are doing to fix his concern. Let's start from there. I can't hear you, but let me come and fix the microphone for you.
Okay. Thank you so much, members, and thank you so much for this invite. I think this is really a very great opportunity. I may begin backwards from the conversations which I found going on. All of them focus on the issue of the quality of electricity, the quality of the infrastructure. There are quite a number of issues there. And then also the issues to do with the diversification of generation sources, because I remember members were talking about the various sources and all of that. So members, this is really a very good opportunity, and this conversation should really give us insights on where we are coming from, where we are currently, and where we are headed to. Just as a reminder, members, government diversified electricity supply, diversified the distribution, and recently also we diversified the transmission. It is now open because initially it was single off-taker. So transmission now has been opened up. So meaning that private sector players are free to come and participate. Just before also I come to addressing the concerns of power supply, first of all, I need to agree with Roofing that really they're doing a good job for Uganda. But I'm also trying to impress upon them that if you listen to the conversation, most of the inputs are imported. I like to sell this opportunity that we have significant amount of iron ore resources in the country, which if we added value, it would really help us to create jobs and also to grow our economy. Well, right now, the challenges are the issues of how much are we generating, because for you to do an iron ore smelter, you need really significant amount of energy resources. So we're doing a feasibility study to do a reverse gas flow from Tanzania to help us smelt those iron ore. So I request that let's put that into consideration so that we utilize, we add value to the resources we have within the country. Now, on the issue of reliability of power, members who are in a transition, you remember we had the issues of transitioning from umeme to distribution. So the key challenges we're having now is the quality of infrastructure, which require significant investments. If we recall, when we're transitioning from umeme to UEDCL, if you took note, there was in the speech it was indicated that we require a minimum of $50 million investment to improve on the quality of our infrastructure per annum, which is quite significant. So I'm happy to note that roofing really is one of our key customers, the key off-takers. So we've done dedicated power lines there's a dedicated substation to supply roofings in 2 locations. There's one in Namamve and then this way on Entebbe Road. So we're trying to address that. So we're trying to do, one, invest in stabilizing the existing infrastructure. 2, modernize the infrastructure, because as I remember the previous speaker was saying, that we need to come up with innovative approaches. How are we going to use modern technology to help us enhance or improve the quality of our infrastructure? So we're also investing on improving on modernization of our existing infrastructure. So those are the key areas we're trying to address. But of course, also members, if you take note, the electricity demand, right now we appear to be having excess generation capacity, but we need to take note that the demand is growing significantly. We are actually looking at maybe within the next 3 or 4 years, what is available will be exhausted. So we are also looking at various options. Right now, we are fronting a number of power generation sites. There is Kiba, there is Yago, there is Uhuru. There are quite a number of them, number of options, but also we are looking at other innovative approaches, like, for example, solar, that those off-grids. We have also moved a step ahead with the geothermal. We've done the subsurface studies. Now we're moving into we have done the surface, now we're moving to subsurface studies. And actually, one of the things we're expecting to do is we're going to do a test plant to guide us how much can we generate of about 24 megawatts. That's a study plant. So we're doing a lot in that area. But significantly also, if we are to move forward, if we look at all these existing hydropower plants, all the potentials, and probably wind, solar, it may not be able to lift us to what we call that tenfold growth strategy, because we are looking at, in the next 5 years, we need about 14 gigawatts of installed capacity, which is really quite significant. So the existing resources may not help us to attain that. So we're also putting a footprint on nuclear. So far, we've established a research facility. We're in the process of establishing a research facility in Soroti University. We have done the sightings. We have identified 4 sites, but we're focusing on 1 site where we're currently doing the fundamental study. So we're hopeful that as the demand grows, all these power plants will come on board and solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Now, especially on the last point, when you have an industrialist like Lalani seated right next to you who is not researching on when next to build the next production line, he's just looking for financing to build it, and you are telling him you are researching about the prospect of getting a nuclear plant to bring electricity, I don't know whether that's encouraging, or you're simply telling him that that electricity will be available during the time the son of his son's son is the CEO at Roofings, which is 2072. But let's park that and we will ask you later on how quickly these things can move. Mr. Lalani, I think in answering and making his presentation, Emmanuel asked a question, wondering why you haven't taken the bold step in going for locally available raw materials for your products. He did speak candidly about the availability of deep and far-reaching deposits of iron ore scattered across the country, and he's wondering why you've not taken that bold step, and I'm sure you're going to answer that question. But before you come to that question, I'll get Irene to come in here, because Irene, for us to be able to have questions coming in at once, Irene is involved not just with the CEOs, but she's doing some work in an area that is also of interest to you, and that's the area of the promotion of e-mobility, where she's currently involved with Uganda's e-mobility sector, advocating for sustainable transportation solutions through her work with the Kira Motors EV. So Irene, even as we clamor for more industrialization, the country is also looking at green energy, green interventions, and e-mobility. And one wonders, using the Kira Motors case as Kira Motors Corporation as a case study, you may want to elaborate on the opportunities and constraints of establishing a successful transport manufacturing sector like Kira Motors in Uganda. And I believe that at some point you're going to bring the concerns to Emmanuel's footstep. But over to you, maybe in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would want to first also add volume to appreciating the organizers of this conference that has been rich in so many topics that are building this nation. Simon, on that point of Kira Motors, as we know that Kira Motors is one of our pride products for Uganda, where the leadership of this country took a bold, I don't know how even to put it, that was taking a bold step in saying we can manufacture vehicles in this country. The constraints of having to have a plant like Kira Motors Corporation are immense. But where there's will, there's definitely progress. That's how I can easily put it. At PCF being at almost the entire steps of how best this could be successful, first of all, we had to tackle the constraint of regulatory policies, because those most of the times are the issues that hinder the progress of such a plant to be progressive. Then, of course, the skill set. The automotive industry is a mess. It's huge. It needs engineers. It needs people who actually are sure of what kind of wiring are we putting together, how we are assembling, because we're assembling e-buses when we talk about Kira Motors. So skill set is one thing, but the government has been in position to skill some of these engineers, but we need more. So there's a lot that we need to do in that area of enhancing the skills of this country. Then the other constraint really has been, of course, how best can we have or reduce on the importation of some of these materials that we need. Assembling of just an e-bus, we need tires, we need the floor, we need the whole frame, and that frame is really about the steel that we are talking about here. So if this conversation can enhance the route of having to add value to our iron ore, then we are going to be able to answer the vision of Kira Motors. The opportunities, definitely, as you've given me 2 minutes, are immense. It's about job employment, and that's what the whole conversation here is to how best can we have the steps that can bring job enhancement, but also being able to be seen at the platform of the global platform. That 2% needs to be increased. And so Kira Motors is one of those products for Uganda that we can increase that 2% into another percentage of us being able to be seen as a manufacturing country. So we can do so much. To us, we need to be proud, first of all, of what we have as Ugandans. The moment Kira Motors started its initiation, there was so much of negativity, and that most times affects the growth of what we are planning to do. How best can we use such platforms to create awareness, to create the information or send off that information that we need to be able to bring positivity that can allow the industries that we also have to be able to be proud of what they're doing. So a lot of propaganda most times is happening, and so it needs a lot of energy to bring together the like-minded personnel, and that's what we're doing at PCF. And what we did is, through our conversations, we're able now to allow government to have that 0% on all e-mobility parts that are manufactured locally within, that is VAT, within the country. And that has attracted quite a number of, even the players who are importing anything to do with e-mobility are now trying to invest in being able to have some of these manufactured in this country. Thank you.
Wow, tremendous. And of course, when you talk about the manufacture of automobiles, Mr. Lalani again smiles and laughs into the bank because he's one of those that produces the core material of what you use, which is iron in its different gauges. Mr. Lalani, we are aware, or at least I am, that I think by the end of this year, His Excellency the President will be visiting your Namave plant, if for nothing else to inaugurate it officially, because you have built it to world-class standards. And yet, he is the same president that has been talking about value addition of what we have here locally. And Emmanuel reiterated that in his question, our iron ore. So tell us what you're doing about the use of that, the same that you will tell the president as to when you will start using our local iron ore and not importing in the bulk of your raw materials. Over to you, sir.
Yes, one thing, Uganda has got excellent quality of iron ore in the country, which 100% we should look into it, and we have to develop to exploit this iron ore and change it into wire rod, billets, tube making coils, re-rollable coils also. These are the products which we are importing for the moment from China, mainly from Japan and all. This can be done here. We have already applied for the permission, to get the land, first of all, to get the iron ore from a land where the contents are very good iron ore contents. The problem here, one big problem, is the reducing agent. And for the reducing agent, we have to depend on Tanzania. The infrastructure, the road infrastructure, and the transportation from the iron ore, from the coal sources in Tanzania up to here, up to Uganda, is a very high cost and all. But this project is possible. We have to start somewhere. We have already contacted our partners in Japan. For a project like this, we need companies, very, very big companies like Nippon Steel, who has got years and years of experience. It's a high investment project also. I think the investment value can go up to $1 billion. So we need the partners. We are studying the project. And if we go into it, we will manufacture quality products for the population of East Africa and Africa continent. But it takes time. It's not from one day to next that we can go into it. We are studying the project. We are into the details, And as soon as we acquire the land, and as soon as we solve some transportation problems within the country, we will start exploiting the iron ore and making the products out of it.
On this panel should have been someone from the Ministry of Works and Transport, and I think there that's where the rubber would have hit the road, literally. Because as you can hear, Mzee Lalani and his outfits believe, yes, the cost of transportation of their raw materials from the port into the hinterland is extremely high. But they're also fully aware that the absence of the requisite internal infrastructure to move the raw materials from where they would be mined into their facility would also hamper their high investment. And so it's a catch-21. But what does it all say? It says that government should be indeed be the enabler to create a conducive environment everywhere you look at it for industrialists such as him. Mr. Lalani allowed a question from the audience. I do not want to assume that I know what it is that you want to ask him, so I am going to allow a maximum of 2 questions because I have a hard stop to this conversation at exactly 2 p.m. because you don't want to be where I am standing. I have the opportunity of looking at all your faces, and if what I see on your faces is going to determine whether or not I go to heaven, I may as well start booking the hottest part of hell because you are not looking at me kindly. So I need to redeem myself so that I am able to go to heaven and meet my namesake, St. Peter, and not end up elsewhere. So who is going to go first for their question? Oh, yes. And I am glad it's a lady. Can someone move the microphone to that lady over there? You introduce yourself and very quickly ask your question. Please stand up so that the microphone mover is able to see you. But if they are delaying, I don't have exclusivity at this podium. Please come and ask the question from here. And if you are next to ask the question, please you also come so that you take the advantage of standing at the podium. Sebo Tambu Delete.
Thank you so much, Simon. My name is Agnes Namaganda, and from Maganjo. We are manufacturing life jackets in Maganjo. So my question is to, first of all, the Assistant Commissioner in the Ministry of. The question is, it's about the quality of electricity that we are having, or the quality of energy. In his submission, he said that we have a growing demand for the energy, and he also said that we have a challenge with the quality of infrastructure that Umeme has right now. But the question is, could there be infrastructure that Umeme left with to explain that decline in the quality of electricity? Because where we are, for example, in Maganjo, where we're manufacturing life jackets, the quality of energy is really affecting. It has drastically affected, ever since Umeme left, it has drastically affected it has drastically affected our services. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I haven't asked Mr. Lalani. Someone else maybe.
Thank you very much. So, you have been given a lifetime opportunity to ask Mr. Lalani a question, and you choose not to and ask the man from Ministry of Energy to tell us whether indeed when Umeme left, they left with some transformers and wires, because in Maganjo things are so bad. I will take the opportunity to say I have a bit of knowledge in the energy sector, having worked in electricity generation and at a very senior level, to say that what we saw happen, the transition between Umeme and UEDCL, it was removing a logo of Umeme and replacing it with the logo of UEDCL on the same spot, because Umeme had, let's say, 1,000 employees, and all of them, without exception, were Ugandans. The only person I know for sure who lost their job in Umeme was the CEO, because there could not have been 2 CEOs at UEDCL, because UEDCL already had a CEO. But all the others in the rank and file remained in there because they already had the human resource. And in fact, the transition of Umeme to UEDCL had already been done in practice by an earlier transition in the generation space, where Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited took over the operations of Eskom Uganda Limited by way of assuming the logo away of ESCOM and putting the logo of UEGCL. And the only person that lost a job at ESCOM was the managing director, Toza Magangi, who happened to be South African from where ESCOM came from. The rest were Ugandans. They remained at their workstations and continued doing what they are doing. What Emmanuel was talking about are that Umeme in itself was also grappling with an old system, needed more financing to invest in, and that's what they are grappling with as a government agency, and hopefully this will be rebuilt sooner than usual. They take cognizance of that and are aware of it. A last one, which we saw in today's media, and I'm sorry, I'm now acting more like a panelist as opposed to a moderator, and that's sometimes the price you pay for having a moderator that is slightly more knowledgeable than moderation. There's the element of vandalism, of infrastructure meant for the public good. When we as citizens start to vandalize installations such as high voltage power lines, we start vandalizing transformers to get transformer oil for you know what. When we start stealing solid cables to make hangers and melt those aluminium high voltage power lines to make saucepans, that in itself is self-defeating, and we will get what we are seeing today. Because when you vandalize a line, government will have to go back to look for the money to replace the item that you vandalized. That's why some people, in fact, are proposing that vandalism of infrastructure of that nature should be included on the crimes that make it to treason. Because when you vandalize an installation meant for national development, you are as good as someone saying the government should fall. Emmanuel, I will send you my invoice for answering that question on your behalf. And I don't want us to spend more time on it. Who has the question for Lalani? And we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Protocol observed. I am Solomon from Dokoro Distributors, Atom, a small SMA. I was just impressed to hear from a senior investor, Lalani. I never knew such an investment was belonging to you. Thank you so much for building our country, Uganda, and investing in our country. I would request you to tell us of the challenges. How have you come up to mitigate or come up with sincere solutions of how to come up with the reality? There are some things I've been trying to jot down on request, that at such a time as fellow Ugandans, when you say the government, I feel we are the government of today, being into privatization. I was thinking of a mind, dear presenters and everybody, this is a time we could at least develop elders of a country and the senior elders in every department, that we could put together people with a brain to see focus higher into our country, Uganda, so far. I was looking at it in the way, like my brother was saying, that when there was a transit in the UD cell to where we are, I have evidence that one of the senior engineers.
Mzee Lalani is of advanced age, and no offense. He would appreciate a concise and precise question that then he can answer. So what is the question?
My concern was, how have you come up with a sincere plan, if possible, quick plan, to mitigate the solution of having our iron being explored? You said it may not take a short time, but it's as if we're a little bit late with the development. I was in Congo. I came with the stones which are magnetic, expecting that I've discovered something new. When I went into a lab in Uganda, I was told that it is very expensive to have this iron ore made. So it is made for cheaper to get the scrap, then get the iron, because of power. So still the problem is the power. But as a senior investor, I expect you to have a solution. It may not be a solution from your company, but an idea
of how we can run very fast to meet the challenge. Thank you.
All right, Mzee Lalani, quickly. We can use this microphone.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. You know, these are not simple projects to put up in the country. These are, you know, we have to go into the details, we have to study the project, and we need people with experience, you know, like Japanese and all, they got the experience over centuries in exploitation and in the use of iron ore for different products. And this is exactly what we are doing. I mean, it's not from one day to next day that we can put up, you know, the facilities to develop the iron ore. But we are looking into it and we are studying it, and as fast as possible, we'll go into this project, into the investment, and inshallah, one day we'll have our own iron ore here in Uganda. But it's a process. It's not just thinking and doing it. We need a lot of technology, a lot of information, a lot of studies before going into the project. And of course, we need a lot of finance. I think the government has to come with us. The government has to finance, you know, partially the project and all. And one thing I want to make my commitment that I've been in this country. Okay, I'm born in Uganda. I'm a Ugandan. I'm born in Zambia Hospital. I came back to Uganda in 1994 when there was a problem in Rwanda, the genocide in Rwanda. And 32 years I've been here. We are working closely with all government departments, and we are here because of the collaboration and because of the interest of the government into developing the country. We are interested, government is interested, and we would like to thank the government for all the steps they've taken. Now, for example, this Namambwe Industrial Park, in 2009, we were the first ones to go in the park. There was nothing in this park. It was a forest reserve, the park. His Excellency the President, he says, Lalani, you go forward, we'll follow. And today, after 16 years, there is no place in Namambwe for development. There is a huge investment in Namambwe Industrial Court. So one thing, we thank the government for all the help and all the integration, all the collaboration which we are having. And this is a big example of private sector and government working together to improve on all the infrastructure necessary for the development of the country.
Thank you very much. I think he has answered it very well, and my takeaway would be that Lalani will see an opportunity in every problem. Me, Simon, will see a problem in every opportunity. And that makes the difference between the two of us. So if I must be like him, I must look for an opportunity in every problem. Stuart, did you want to ask a question?
Simon, thank you very much, and all the panelists. I just wanted to add that this conference has been a very big milestone for Africa, and as well in the process of marketing Uganda. I'm sure with Chairman's permission, if you can squeeze some time together with the visitors, we can accommodate a number of people to come and actually see what's happening in the industrial park, especially in Namambwe, but most of all, to look at what Roofings has done in that park and in Uganda. You are most welcome. I'm requesting the chair of the UDC board, together with your management, the EDs here, please, let's get a few of our guests and take them to Namambwe and they see for themselves. I hear seeing is believing. It is a good marketing tool for Uganda and for roofings as well. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've had the offer from roofing saying that one, come and visit, come and see for yourself. What Lalani is talking about, 16 years ago, he went to Ground Zero. It was a former forest reserve. Those who know Uganda's dark history, when people got lost in Kampala, their bodies were normally found dumped in Namanve. But today, when you're looking for what's not being put on the shelves of our supermarkets and on our hardware stores, you will find it in Namanve being manufactured there. So it's a tremendous shift of land use. That said, my dear panelists, I think let's be fair to ourselves and agree that we have served justice to this conversation. Let us stand over here and ask the chairperson of UDC to join you together with his management for a group picture. It's important that we have this group picture, so please, let's stand over here. Mr. Chairman of UDC and the Executive Director, come and join the panel. It's important. And after that, I will invite Mrs. Jacqueline Aneitwe Makaru, a board member of UDC, to come and show appreciation in the best way you know how from the Uganda Development Corporation. Mr. Chairman and Mr. CEO, please, the group picture. Don't worry about the rest. The camera people, you may wish to signal to your people on where to stand. Otherwise, my angle is different from yours, so. Photography is an art, so don't feel tired by the direction of the camera people. We need to get the best out of them. So Mrs. Jacqueline Aneitwe Makaru, where are you? Please step forward and present our thanks to this distinguished panel. I hope you remember who the panelists are. Yes, that's Mr. Sikanda Lalani, Chairperson Roofings Group. That is Irene Birungi Mugisha, the CEO of CEOs. And this is now Mr. Ajutu Emmanuel, Assistant Commissioner. Oh, you've given the gift to Stuart. I think it pays to have your hands washed. Mr. Emmanuel Ajutu, Assistant Commissioner, Policy Analysis at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you very much. And then, of course, where is my keynote speaker who made this setup? Doctor, please step forward and also receive your gift. And then you will also take a group picture together with the gifts for accountability. That is the one and only Isaac Shinyekwa. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that you have been attended to with regard to the formalities of our lunch break, which unfortunately we are taking late, but that does not exempt us from making sure it's just 1 hour. So we hope to return to this room in an hour's time, which will be 10 minutes past the hour of 3 o'clock, so that we can conclude with the small business that we are still left with for the afternoon. Thank you, and thank you once again.
I'll give it just 1 minute. I'd like to once again say a very special thank you to all of us who are here. I can see that distinguished panelists are also here. Welcome, Madam Allen Kajina. Thank you so much for sparing time. I know how tight the schedule is, especially for this season, but for you to honor our invitation, we don't take it for granted. This particular manufacturing convention, I would call it, is specifically, the Manufacturing Investment Forum has been specifically put together by the Uganda Development Corporation, and we say thank you. In the morning, remember, away from the keynote conversations that we had, we're basically building on a number of issues and looking at how we can be able to spur manufacturing in the country, but also in Africa at large. But we also looked at how we can be able to unlock capital for growth and transformation in Africa's manufacturing sector. Now, this afternoon, we're going to start off with a keynote address that is going to be looking at bridging the skills gap and education, innovation, and technical training for manufacturing. Before I get to invite our keynote speaker, I did read through a report, actually, that was authored by the current Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, but that was done before he went to the Ministry of Finance. And while he looked at the skills, the capacities of especially our young people, the persons who are working in the industrial parks, one thing was clear, that they had the hard skills, you know, they could run the machines, they could do everything that was required in the industrial parks, but what was missing were soft skills. And I know Madam Allen Kajina, coming from that particular other background in the education sector, will be able to speak to you about how they're doing as much as possible to ensure that there is skilling. And that skilling is not only looking at the hard skills of, if it is a journalist, how to operate a camera, how to run your machines. No, the soft skills are also very important. Soft skills as, people relations, communication, anger management, time management, and so many of those, I believe that for our industrialists and manufacturers, those are some of the other things that they get to deal with. So without taking any more time, because we need to get into our panel and have as much information and discussion as possible, allow me now invite our keynote address, and that will be a representative of Dr. Joseph Muvawala, who is the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. This keynote is basically going to be looking at bridging the skills gap, education, innovation, and technical training for manufacturing. And like I clearly said, Dr. Joseph Muvawala is going to ably be represented by Dr. Seblime Quraish, who is in charge of manpower planning, education, and gender at the National Planning Authority. And as I do invite Dr. Seblime, he is a labor economist with over 10 years experience in this field, and is currently the manager in charge of manpower planning, education, and gender at the National Planning Authority, having championed the production of the first ever National Human Resource Development Plan 2020-2025 for Uganda that was produced as an attendant plan to the third National Development Plan. Quite a huge CV that he has, but ladies and gentlemen, let's just put our hands together for Dr. Seblime Quraish as he comes to give us our keynote, and thereafter we'll straight up be moving into the panel conversation. Let's give him some energy. I mean, we just had lunch, huh? Welcome, Dr. Quraish.
Thank you, Mildred. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. I understand sometimes it's a bit tricky discussing topics like this one after people have just had their lunch. But I'll try to make it a bit simple and straightforward. Before I go any further, I would want to first of all pose a few questions. I may not want straight answers from you, but you may ponder about some of them. The first question which has been running through my mind is, we have heard from the morning sessions and even from yesterday, Africa has the youngest population in the world. But the question is, why is the world not coming to Africa for skills? Even when we export labor, we are exporting the hard labor. The second question, how can a continent of almost about 1.3 billion people is still operating without a harmonized inventory of skills? Are you aware that we do not have an inventory, or what I can call a skills register for the skills in Africa? Yet our competitors everywhere are able to track every STEM graduate, every engineer, wherever he is, in real time. The second question, how does Africa know how much oil it exports, how much coffee it exports, how much gold it exports, but it doesn't know how much skills it has and how much skills it wants? The other question is, we tend to blame our education and training system that it doesn't produce the required skills that the labor market wants. But the question is, how do we expect the education and training system to produce skills without targeted number of professionals they should produce? Who knows how many engineers universities should produce in Africa? And how many engineers do we want? So we blame the universities and training institutions, but have we given them targets that this year we want 5,000 engineers in this field, and next year we want 4,000 engineers? So what happens? They go on to produce based on their capacities. And the last question is, how can we expect African factories to compete globally when a single broken machine can take more than a month to get fixed because some expert has to fly in from some other country? And what is the cost to the African continent if a manufacturer decides to relocate a factory because we cannot find the skills in Africa? It's very worrying. The questions are so many, but those are some for you to ponder about as we get into this discussion. My name is Kraish Sebulime, as you've been told, and currently I am the manager in charge of manpower planning, education, and gender. We are discussing the aspects of bridging the skills gaps in Africa and Uganda in particular. I'll give some specific reference to Uganda. And I'll start by saying industrial planning without skills planning is a mere guess. You heard from the morning session, I think Mr. Isaac from EPRC, he talked about the 4 major binding constraints, and the skills mismatch was the 4th constraint. If you look at statistics from the World Bank Enterprise Survey, about 50 to 60% of firms in Africa report inadequacy of skills as one of the main binding constraints. So what does it mean? It means we must play a very critical role in Africa to go beyond the conventional. What's the conventional? Previously, we used to believe in the market forces of demand and supply, which we call in economics the Say's law. It says you produce as much as that you can afford, supply will create its own demand. And what has happened when we left the training institutions to produce as much as they can, we are seeing so many fields having so many professionals that cannot find employment. And again, we have seen some sectors where the training institutions are not prioritizing them because the market forces are not tending towards that for now. So what does it mean? It means now government and the authorities must come on board and try to provide what, from the theoretical perspective, Adam Smith called the invisible hand of government. It means government must come up with a deliberate attempt of planning for skills and build the capacity for skills planning and skills projection and get to know how much skills we want now, how much skills we want tomorrow, and 20 years to come. In Uganda, we have the Uganda Vision 2040. It aims at driving Uganda from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country by 2040. By the time the vision was put in place, we did not think so much about what kind of skills will drive Uganda towards the envisaged Uganda by 2040. On the African continent, we have the Africa Agenda 2063. It has different aspirations, but to what extent have we dedicated the planning for the required skills that will transform the Africa to the Africa we want has been taken into consideration. If you look at the current statistics, educational attainment is still very low in Africa. About 30% of school-age children are out of school. Only about 9% are enrolled in TVET institutions. Vis-a-vis the average, the global average of TVET enrollment is about 42%, but in Africa, 10 and below enrollment in such sectors. Yet, if you analyze the jobs the country is creating currently, these jobs require technical skills, and our education and training system has not been well reoriented to take that into consideration. You find many workers, many factory workers currently are not yet prepared for the automation, the digital controls, the precision manufacturing, and this puts Africa at a disadvantage. Dr. Birungi in the morning talked about exporting raw materials and ending up exporting jobs outside Africa. One of the binding constraints is the capacity in Africa. We haven't taken enough initiatives to build the required skills in the continent. So I was asked to talk about what are the main drivers of the observed mismatches of skills in Africa. The main factor has been the slow process of reforming the curriculum. We observe that the labor market is changing drastically, very fast. So many skills are becoming obsolete, and many countries are still stuck with the old curriculum. In Uganda's perspective, we have had a curriculum review at lower secondary, which has been rolled over to the advanced secondary. However, the one for universities have not yet been reformed. And what is happening, at least what I know the ministry has written to all the training institutions, telling them that the curriculum was reformed at lower and upper secondary. So prepare, meaning that there is intention to reform the curriculum, but the pace at which the reforms are happening has been very slow vis-a-vis the changes on the market. The second main cause of the mismatches on the African continent is the lack of the continental, regional, and the national institutional framework to mainstream manpower planning, skills planning, and projection. Uganda is one of the very few countries in Africa, I think about 3, that are producing a national human resource development plan that is articulating the kind of skills a country needs in line with the country's development agenda. We are running the development plans, and currently we have just launched the 4th National Development Plan. Each of the development plan is accompanied by a comprehensive national human resource development plan, articulating the skills that are marked as skills in acute supply, skills in moderate supply, and skills in abundant supply. So we know the areas where we have overproduced manpower. We know areas where we are underproducing manpower vis-a-vis what the economy needs today, in the next 5 years, and in the next 20 years. If you go on the continent, it is only Namibia and South Africa that have a separate national human resource development planning architecture. So where are the rest of the African countries? How are we institutionalizing the planning and the projection of the skills for now and the skills for the future? So we are calling upon the African Union, possibly the AUC, the African Union Commission, maybe also AUDA and NEPAD, to think about an institutional framework. It could be a division at AUDA and NEPAD that is trying to build the capacities of the African countries to model and plan for the skills that are required, not only in manufacturing, which is what we're discussing now, but also for the rest of the sectors. If you come at the national level, regional level, in 2016, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda had an arrangement of conducting a regional manpower survey, which was meant to take stock of the existing manpower in the country, in the region, and understand the gaps in the region to inform harmonized skills standardization and development in the region. After the survey, each country went on its own. I cannot tell what Kenya did with the manpower survey. I cannot tell what Tanzania did. But in Uganda, we went ahead and formulated our first national human resource development plan. So the point is, we lack the institutional framework to mainstream skills planning and skills forecasting as a continent, but also as a region. The other aspect is the absence of information. The labor market information intelligence and the system. We've had a discussion of establishing a regional labor market information system that would tell us the kind of skills we have in the region, in the East African region. It hasn't happened. At the national level, all countries are at different stages of having that. But you cannot plan and produce skills unless you have evidence on where you are overproducing and where you are lacking as a country, which can be scaled up to the rest of the countries in the continent. The other main driver of the mismatch is the limited apprenticeship opportunities and work-based learning. As a continent, we need to embrace and appreciate that skills sometimes are learned and transferred at the workplace, but very many employers are finding it hard to receive the apprentices and train them over time to learn the skills which they can use to fulfill in the different factories. In Uganda, we thank the UNDP, which supported us to have a volunteer scheme for 3 years that enabled very many young people to get attached to different workplaces and factories for a period of 1 year, 12 months, with a small stipend at the end of the month. The program enabled so many young people to learn skills, and the assessment of the project showed that about 90% of all the apprentices ended up being absorbed into employment. But as a continent, what measures are we putting in place to make sure that the young people are exposed to the opportunities of learning on the job? What are the impacts of such mismatches on production, innovation, and competitiveness? Of course, the main and direct impact is the decline in production or stagnation in production and high operational costs to the manufacturers. Because if you have employees that do not have the required skills, or you are finding it hard to find a local expert that has the skills you want as a manufacturer, what happens? You end up importing the expert. at a very high cost. And as a manufacturer, the costs of production are going to be very high. I talked about machine breakdown. Many manufacturers installed machines that may not easily be serviced by the local expert. And I talked about it. You'll find a factory closing down for about a month, waiting for an expert from Europe, from Germany, to come and fix the machine. That is cost to the manufacturing plant. So the main direct impact is there are high operational costs, and the productivity is also very low. The second impact is the weak innovation ecosystem. I talked about earlier that only about 19% of all exports in Uganda are manufactured. And these are in primary production. There is limited high-value production. And one of the main binding constraints is the inadequacy or the limited supply of the skilled workers. And that one affects the rate at which innovation happens and takes place, and it limits the ability of Africa to generate and commercialize more industrial solutions. What are some of the frameworks for action? How can Africa bridge the skills gaps? Several aspects can be considered, but the first one I can talk about is institutionalizing skills planning and skills forecasting at the continental level and at the national level. In Uganda, we've tried to institutionalize manpower planning. The National Planning Authority, which is the planning body of the country, has a full department that is responsible for planning and projecting skills needs, for now, in the medium term and in the long term. And it has been scaled down to all MDAs and the programs. So at the regional level, at the continental level, what are we talking about? We need to have probably a division under LLC or under AUDA NEPAD that is trying to build the capacity of the member states in trying to understand, in trying to model and predict the skills needs. It is only when you know what skills are needed that you can be able to develop them. Secondly, we can talk about establishing a continental labor market information system and also adopt free movement of labor. We are saying we are in the same continent. Why should we have restrictions on movement of labor from one country to another? Once you have a clear labor market information system, or you can call it a registry of skills, you will know how many engineers are in Kenya. You will know how many technicians are in Tanzania. And if there's any shortage in one country, it can easily be addressed by free movement of workers from one country to another. Also, we need to support MDA SMEs in manufacturing to upgrade and undertake skills development by giving them incentives. Very many employers are willing to provide the on-job training, but sometimes the cost involved limits them. So we need to incentivize them to allow them build the capacity at the organizational level. The other aspect is strengthening the standardization of skills. You know, sometimes you can have a technician from Uganda who is not recognized in Namibia because of the differences in standards. So what are we calling for? We need to have a continental skills standardization framework. The ILO, the International Labour Organization, helped us and gave us the ISCO, the International Standard Classification of Occupation. Now we can standardize all occupations on the continent and globally. But how about the skills? We need to have a clear skills standardization framework so that an engineer from Uganda is seen as the same engineer from Kenya, an engineer from South Africa, and any other country on the continent. What is Uganda's commitment towards skills planning and addressing skills gaps in the country? Like I mentioned, in Uganda, every national development plan is produced with an attendant National Human Resource Development Plan. And in this Human Resource Development Plan, we have a number of policy commitments. One, we are saying, now we know where Uganda has shortages, acute shortages. Why should we continue operating business as usual? For example, we have a sponsorship program, which is called Government Scholarship Program, where government funds over 4,000 students in universities every year. We also have the loan scheme project, where government extends loans to students who are pursuing higher education. Also, the State House has what we call State House Scholarship Program, and they give out different scholarships to students to pursue programs in different fields. We are saying we are reviewing the allocation mechanism so that every government resource, every government support, scholarship is geared towards those fields which are marked as acute skills in the development plan. That is already in the National Development Plan 4. Secondly, we are saying we know how many, for example, economists this country wants in the next 10 years. Why should we allow the universities to enroll 10,000 economists when we know the country only needs 500? So we are moving towards establishing a central admission system so that we allocate quotas to universities based on the projected demand for the different professionals. What is that one going to do to solve? It is going to solve on producing so many graduates that we well know that they cannot easily find jobs in the current setup. Of course, in our modeling, we put into the consideration the aspect of labor movement between countries, but that is also part of the modeling. So we are proposing centralizing. Is it something which the entire continent can adapt and try to minimize the resource wastage as we also optimize the resources we are investing in education and training? The third aspect is strengthening TVET education and training. If you look at the NDP4, I think paragraph 287, we show you the skills triangle for Uganda. And we show you that it is heavy at the top and is very light at the bottom, meaning we are having an inverted skills triangle. We are producing more of the graduates, yet our economy demands that we should be producing more of the technicians and the vocational and training experts. So all the jobs that we are creating, most of them, about 70%, are jobs requiring technical and vocational education and training. Now, why should we be allocating more resources to higher institutions for students to be pursuing degrees when we know that the demand for them is actually shrinking and is very low? So the commitment here is strengthening the technical vocational education and training is something very key in our National Development Plan. The other aspect is investing in centers of excellency. And as the African continent, can we think of, for example, having a manufacturing training institute that is producing and is trying to harmonize the training of professionals in the manufacturing sector, as we have seen in the rest of the countries? If you look at countries like USA, they have a manufacturing training institute that is trying to look at the current and emerging skills needs in the manufacturing sector and are designing programs that are bridging such skills in the manufacturing. So this is something which we are also committing about. The other aspect is the certification and the standardization of skills. We have seen very many employers currently are now emphasizing the aspect of skills certification. You can be a trained welder, for example. You may be knowing how to do the welding. You may be knowing to drive, for example, a vehicle, but without a certification that is internationally acceptable, you may not be able to access some of the jobs in some sectors. For example, in Uganda currently we have our oil and gas. You cannot work in the oil and gas sector unless you are a certified professional in the field. How are we scaling it and take it to the continental level and have an Africa certification institute which is able to certify the skills from different African countries and make it a harmonized way so that any engineer from Uganda, a welder from Uganda, can go and weld in Nigeria or any other country in the world. This is something in the NDP 4 and also something we are calling for at the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the aspect of skills gaps cannot be overemphasized. It is one of the major binding constraints, not only in the continent, but also globally. As Africa, we need to take deliberate attempts and measures. We need to train and have the capacity to plan and also dedicate resources and put in place the institutional framework and the architecture to drive the path of developing the required human resources. Earlier discussions today showed that infrastructure is very critical in manufacturing. Capital is very important. Technology is also very important in manufacturing. But all of those cannot transform manufacturing in Africa when we do not have a skilled workforce. It is only when we have adequate and skilled manpower that we are going to be able to unlock the continent's industrial future. And the time to act is actually very now, based on the evidences which we have looked at. By so doing, we are going to move away from exporting labor as Africa and begin exporting skills. We are one of the continents, actually we are the continent that has the highest population, 1.3 billion. Why should we be exporting people without skills? That is something which we are saying needs to change for Africa to unlock its potential, especially when it comes to industrial development. I have a full paper which has different aspects, and I'll submit it to the Secretariat, but in the interest of time, I'll bring the discussion to an end. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a bigger round of applause to Dr. Crash. And if you don't mind, Dr. Crash, please, you could please come back and stay with us here for our panel discussion, because I believe that there are quite a number of questions that are coming through from that presentation. And I also do not want to take any more time, because we want to have our panel in the shortest time possible, because we also need to spare some time for the exhibition, which is right outside. And allow me at this, maybe for just 1 minute, could we all just stand up? Let's just stand up for 1 minute. I know what Ugandan food is like. There's a lot of starch and carbohydrate content, and it slowly starts getting into the body. Exactly. You feel free to stretch out, stretch your arms, your neck, because I don't want to have my panel here and we start praying for them, dozing. Stretch your back, that is very important, because you need to live your life that later on, you don't start remembering how much you sat for so many hours. Okay, we can get seated now. Now, allow me invite our panel in no particular order, but I normally say it's ladies first, except if there is danger. If there is danger for me, I will start with the men, because you're created stronger, right? That's tongue in cheek. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the chairperson of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Council, that is none other than Madame Allen Kajina. Let's give her a round of applause. As I have Dr. Crash back as well, I think we'll take the middle seats there. They will work best for us. And from Fine Spinners, because today we're talking about manufacturing, we'll have Mr. Sav Bedi. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause here. And yes, our panel is going to be that brief but very, very epic, especially when it comes to the conversations that we are going to have. And allow me join them now. We've decided to have the ladies on one side and the gentlemen on the... But anyway, let's have the discussion continue and start off from here. And I definitely want to start with you, Madam Allen Kajina, because I do not know where the basis comes from, whether it's an issue of mindset change or it's an issue of training that we need to be thinking through. But how do we get to position TVET as a driver for manufacturing? Because it feels like TVET is considered as the other, and that is why I would like you to talk about it. We know, go through primary 1 to primary 6, go through university. TVET is looked at as the other alternative just in case, or when the child has failed to get the grades. How do we position it in our education sector, which later on could actually become a driver for manufacturing, because TVET is hands-on? Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mildred. Never understood these microphones. They tend to make you lean one side.
Yeah.
So I like putting it here. You have to start from the logical end. Why are we educating kids? Why do our children go to school? Because you want them to become independent, make money, and leave home, make their own homes, become useful citizens. But when we train them, we're not training them to do that. You're training them to graduate. You're training them to pass exams. We're training them out of a pipeline that does not connect them to become independent citizens. And when we designed our education system, I have to say it's changed, Mildred. It's in the most recent past, even the general education system has changed. The curriculum has changed. But previously, when we trained our children, we wanted them to become lawyers and engineers and doctors. How many can you get in a country? So the rest who did not make those very high grades, we abandoned them to an alternative that you were talking about, the TVET system, because they didn't make the grades. Therefore, you become a carpenter, you become a plumber, you become a tailor, a hairdresser, that sort of a thing. Now, as it were, our industries don't really need too many engineers. They need more mechanics. We don't need too many doctors. We need more nurses. Our tourism sector needs tourism people who know how to conduct tourists around, how to market our country. And because we had abandoned our children to a system that did not escalate them or channel them into those sectors, we found ourselves with that skills gap. You have industry, you have a steel industry. I know one of our council members was here this morning, but he cannot get the right skills because we all took our children to do engineering. So how do we go around this? How do we do this? Number one, mindset change. Parents have got to understand that our economies, our countries, our industries are not run by high-end, what we call high-end academic qualifications. They're run by technicians. They're run by welders. They're run by mechanics. And as industry changes and becomes more automated into AI and robotics and automation, we need those skills trained now. What are we doing? Because I don't want to leave something on the floor as if we know we have a problem but have done nothing about it. The gentleman, Mr. Koresh, was speaking, I think, primarily from the TVET policy of 2019, which outlines all the challenges that we have. But if you fast forward to the TVET Act of 2025, all the solutions are in there. Every single problem that was identified in the policy is now catered for in the Act, and we are going to upscale TVET to make it center front, not only in our parents, but also in policy, in implementation. We are going to upgrade the schools. We're going to upgrade the curriculum. We're going to recertify all the trainers so that you get quality, not just skills that are not transferable across even our borders.
All right, thank you. I love that you listened and now that has actually been put in. Let me get to Sev. On the perspective of the industries, the persons who are already in, I know that we always have a churn out of thousands and thousands of graduates into the industries. What are some of those skills gaps that you think are missing as you do get to recruit the graduates or whoever it is for these technical and operational roles? What are the mismatches in skills or what is taught in school vis-a-vis what you actually require in the industries?
Right, thank you. Let me see how I can speak here. So for me, it's the fact that we are recruiting mostly young graduates from the age of 21 onwards. So feeding into the textile value chain in Uganda is not as simple as in other Asian countries where you have large cluster setups of industry, where you have multiple mills, multiple garment factories. So when somebody joins a textile factory or our textile factory in Uganda, they probably haven't worked for another textile factory before. That presents its initial challenges and has resulted in a substantial impact to our overall productivity. Just across the border in Kenya, they do approximately $500 to $600 million of exports of garments to the US alone. So there's a lot of garmenting factories in Kenya. So if you wanted to look at my value chain, we have about 1,600 people in the factory, and the bulk of the human capital is concentrated around the garmenting section. Now, the garmenting section is largely hard to automate. It has not been automated successfully in the past, and it's probably going to be one of the last manufacturing processes to be automated because it requires soft robotics. So I imagine that if you look at the global sourcing dynamic of how apparel has been produced across the world, it's always at the lowest cost center in terms of labor cost. But there are two components here. One is the cost of labor, which Uganda actually scores quite favorably on, because an all-in initial joinee is around $70 to $80 a month. That is half of our neighbors in Kenya and about 30% lower than Bangladesh. However, the flip side of that is that's only one side of the equation. The other side is productivity and efficiency, and that's where we don't score very well. So what we do as a company, and we've done this since the onset of our operation, is we run a training school on site. We have at any one stage anywhere between 50 to 100 people who we're training for 2 to 3 weeks before they can get onto a machine. So echoing what Madam Alan Kajina said, I really do believe that AI is going to take a lot away from the job market in terms of white-collar jobs and a lot of the thinking process which you see in admin and XYZ. However, there is a global shortage of skills. And the skills shortage, whether it's a plumber, an electrician, or a tailor, cannot be replaced by robotics anytime soon, because AI is still way ahead of the robotics investment that needs to happen for that to happen. So the way I see it is we need to have curriculum which is made in conjunction with the industry. The industry should dictate the curriculum to some extent, especially for my sector. Every time I bring somebody in, and Uganda has a notoriously high absenteeism rate compared to our neighbors. For instance, in Kenya, our factories over there have a 2 to 3% absenteeism rate, whereas Uganda operates between 10 to 12. So we're constantly recruiting, we're constantly bringing new people on board, and it takes 2 weeks before they can join the line. Bangladeshi line efficiency for garmenting is about 70%. My best lines here, which have had staff with us for the last 10 years, is as close to 65. So it is possible. And that's, for all the naysayers who think that we can't actually do what Asia did, I have got a 65% line efficiency in 2 of my lines, and that's because they've stuck with me for a very long period of time. However, people coming in and out, the labor turnover is one of the main contributors to our training programs and why we need to run continuous training programs. It would be much easier if Uganda had a cluster textile industry where there were several other garmenting and textile factories where people move in and out. I often like to jest that most of the tailors in Kampala at some stage of their journey have worked at Fine Spinners. So I've done my civic duty in training up all the tailors of Kampala, but from an industrial perspective, the movement of labor in and out of the business and the continual training, and obviously the age gap where I'm training people is at, you know, in their young 20s, so there's a lot of maternity leave I have to factor in and all of that, because most of my staff are women. So it really ends up being a situation where we have to actually allocate significant resources to building up the training capacity before anybody can sit on a machine. And obviously that's a balance sheet item. I've not, as far as I'm aware, I've not seen any sort of incentive programs that the government has offered to actually subsidize that cost for me in the company, or even reimburse that cost. So it's just a cost of doing business, which is not the case in the Asian tigers.
All right, thank you very much. This is where I would ask Sav, still staying with you, how then would you expect this to be done better, or how can you as industry leaders be able to work hand in hand, for example, with the training institutions or the education institutions, so that there can be backward and forward linkages of this is what we need and this is the requirement in terms of the industries of what should be trained in the education institutions? Are you looking or planning to having something like that? Sav, I'm still with you.
So it's back to me. So look, I think we need to have a seat at the table. As industry, we need to have a seat at the table. We need to work with government to actually ensure that the curriculum is aligned with the particular sectors. There is an industrial policy. There is clearly a direction the country wants to go in terms of what sectors they envisage growth in. So I think for my sector, for instance, the cotton textile value chain needs to sit with government, align the curriculums to make sure that they're relevant. We don't need more, again, it's a question of demand and supply, and Alan Kajina touched on that earlier, where we don't sometimes need more doctors. We do need tailors, we do need middle management. One of the things on middle management, which I think is quite critical, is we have to rely heavily on expats for middle management. That's something which doesn't necessarily result in skills transfer to local Ugandans. And it's in my interest to have local Ugandans working in middle management positions. However, if you bring in external resources, it's often not in their interest to train their replacement. So they don't usually play ball. So I think we need to look at it across the board, from at the grassroots level of like just basic skills, along with the higher level managerial skills that are actually required to run some of these enterprises.
All right, thank you. And Madam Ellen Kajina, you can actually respond to that on how the institutions, or those that are readily available, how they can relate with the industries themselves to produce for, not abstractly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we're doing with the formation of the structures under the new TVET Act, the TVET Council, the assessment boards, and the delivery arm in the Ministry of Education, what we're beginning to do with the act, because it's a brand new act, is to form sector expert committees. So you have an industry participating in curriculum development, because industry knows best what industry wants, what kind of skills, what quality, what numbers. And together with ourselves, in these committees, we learn what industry A wants, what quality and what type and what number, and we embed that in the new curriculum, because there is a new curriculum. Okay. And this curriculum is informed by industry. That's why it's the new law is demand-driven skills rather than supply-driven skills, where we've come from. So that's where you hit it, from development of the curriculum. Then the schools will have to be retrofitted to supply the skills that the industry has asked for.
Okay.
The trainers
have to be recertified to train for the skills that industry is asking for. That's how we're going to do it.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Kreisch, let me come to you. You mentioned something very important, and I would like you to probably look at areas that have done this, especially on standardization, which is very key, the Continental Skills Standardization Framework. How do you think we can practically be able to do this as Africa? Because it's very true that you will leave Uganda with a particular skill or education qualification and you think it works, and when you move to another country, you literally have to redo or do it over and over again. Is it about having the same kind of curriculum? How do we actualize this based on probably nations that have done this?
Thank you, Mildred. Skills standardization is a process. So first of all, we may not have to reinvent the wheel. If you look at the European Union, they have already established their standards. If you look at countries in the USA, they have skills standards that allow workers move from one state to another freely. So that is the same thing which needs to happen in Africa. We need, first of all, to understand and also have, I think the starting point should be from the skills classification framework. We don't have the same classification of the skills as a continent. And then from having a skills classification framework, we can define the standards for the different levels of the skills. And that discussion needs to happen at different levels and would require a lot of stakeholder engagement and stakeholder involvement, including the employers and the industry.
Okay. You also talked about the institutionalization of skills and manpower planning. At what level does it start and end? Because I want to believe that society is an evolution. Every other time there is something changing. What was needed 10 years ago is different from what's needed now. How do we get to, tailor it to the times and how they keep changing? This planning.
Yes, thank you very much. In Uganda, we are running what we call development plans, or medium-term and longer-term development plans. As a country, we have a national development plan which outlines the priorities of the country for the next 5 years. So those priorities are dictating the kind of skills you want as a country. At the MDA level, or the institutional level, every institution is developing an institutional strategic plan. So in terms of institutionalizing, we should move from the national level, where NPA is planning and forecasting skills for the entire country, and now bring it to what Madam Kajina was talking about as the sector skills councils. The earlier act was talking about the sector skills councils, but we had proposed in the new law that we move away because we shifted from the sector approach to a program approach to planning. So now we have the 18 programs. And we were proposing to have program skills committees that are sitting regularly and discussing and prioritizing the skills in the program. Because they are the program experts, they know what are the critical skills in the program. That is at the institutional level. The same is happening in the local government. That is in the Uganda's context. But now beyond the country, beyond national levels, we are talking about having regional skills committees, where we are meeting as the East African Community, and discussing priority skills in the region. And then from the region, we can discuss as a continent and have a continental institutional framework that allows for planning beyond today and get to know what will Africa need in the next 10 years and what will Africa need in the next 30 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A forecast kind of. Let me come back to you, Madam Kajina. What are some of the challenges that we are having as TVET systems, not just in Uganda, but in Africa at large? Because I want to believe sometimes the problems are similar. And how can this be addressed so they can support manufacturing development in the continent at large?
Yeah, some of the challenges actually quite similar across Africa and actually even beyond Africa, because we have been in discussions with different countries, and you tend to identify the same thing. For many countries, perhaps apart from Europe and the Far East, most of the other countries have not invested majorly in skills training until industrialization became a thing and it became what drives economic development. And so many countries are redoing their education systems to ensure that skilling is at every level, from early childhood all through universities. And the challenges have been, one of it has been actually convincing citizens to change and have skilling or vocation training as a first option. The second one has been industrialists, manufacturers, accepting to become trainers, because you see, what we've been doing is sending our trainees to them for apprenticeship, for industrial training, and they've been turning that back on us and telling us, this is really expensive on us. We have no time to be training people on your behalf. So what they do is give them the time that we said that they need, and then they send them back to us in institutions. So to turn that around, what we're saying, you train them, we train them for the skills that you want. When they come for industrial training, they must demonstrate that they have the skills you want because you made the curriculum. And you do the initial assessment and give us feedback. And if you're not satisfied, then we go back and amend the system. We amend the curriculum to suit exactly what you need. The other challenges, especially around this part of the world, is funding. You know, because in Uganda, I can tell you that the larger portion, I think it's over 90% goes to general education and 10% to TVET. So you will get what you pay for. And so the idea now is to see how to develop a skills development fund that is able to not only equip the training institutions and the labs and the workshops, but also support the trainers. Because trainers, we've found that a number of trainers trained on normal pedagogy and a little bit of skills, and therefore don't really have enough grounding to become an industry expert in order to train. So we want also the industrialists to come into our training institutions and become trainers so that they can get the product that they want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sav, let me come back to you on what kind of training or upskilling programs would you want to see the TVET institutions, for example, offering to support the growth of the manufacturing sector, and you as industrialists, that you don't have to go over again now to retrain to what exactly you want to see in the industries?
Thanks. So for me, there would be two things. One is simple tailoring, how to use a sewing machine, that sort of thing. Not the manual sewing machines, but the ones with actual pressure. How to operate that. So the guys who join me will not be, completely clueless when they start and need to start from ground zero. That's one. And the other thing is, I think, there's definitely a method to training and the way in which we approach industrial production. So in our sector, industrial engineering is an incredibly important part. This started all the way back with Ford and his work studies to understand how many minutes, what they call a standard average minute, it takes to make a garment. For a t-shirt, that's typically between 5 to 6 minutes. Now, what would be interesting is if we could actually, through the TVET institutions, teach the potential employees to actually understand industrial engineering. So that way, productivity and efficiency no longer becomes some elusive art that some people are able to achieve, or something which is an age-old practice which happens as a result of multiple years on the job, but actually can be broken down into simple industrial processes. We have a full industrial engineering team at Fine Spinners that actually actively looks at this, but it would be very, very important for us if the staff understood industrial engineering aspects of the particular manufacturing process before they joined us.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's straight and clear. Dr. Kreisch, measurement for me equals to management. And here when we're talking about skills, how do we get to quantify and measure effectiveness of these skilling programs as we plan as a country, their effectiveness in contributing to growth and competitiveness of Uganda's manufacturing sector? That's where I would want us to look at. So while we plan for the skills, how do we plan for the measurement? Because at the end of the day, you want to know, is it working? Do we need to change a few things about it?
I don't know if I've gotten it clear. Are you talking about in terms of how the different skills are to be measured, or how we are developing the skills in line with the National Development Agenda?
I think both of them in that regard,
right.
Yes.
On the first part, we have institutionalized what we call the Uganda National Manpower Survey. These are done after 5 years, and that survey is meant to take stock of the existing skills in the different sectors. And also it has the employers module. We are asking employers the kind of skills they want for now and for the future, and it's the basis for informing the different skills development programs. And the way it is collected, it is in line with what I talked about earlier, the International Standard Classification of Education and Training. That is by ISCED. And I was proposing we need to domesticate and have the Africa classification of skills, which is different from the international classification of skills, because we have different context as Africa. And that's what we are talking about. In terms of putting the numbers together, Uganda, we thank the government of the Republic of Namibia, who are there for about 3 weeks, benchmarking how they are modeling and projecting skills in their country. And we're able to understudy them and developed a model, which I think is one of the best in Africa now, in terms of projecting the skills the country needs, not only today, but also for the future. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. I will request the technical team to provide us with a handheld mic. If there are any questions that are coming through in not too long from now, I'd like to bounce it to the audience. But as the microphones do come, Madam Kajina, let's look at the role of TVET in promoting entrepreneurship and small-scale manufacturing in Africa. How would we anchor TVET in that conversation?
Okay, so there are several ways, but the primary one is registering all trades. And when I say trades, I'm speaking from the what would consider the low-end scales, artisans, all the way up to high-end scales, as in using AI and automation and robotics. So one, registering all those. Two, building the skills in their categories. We have a lot of people right now in this country, and I'm sure almost all countries of the world, who have learned on the job. You have artisans. You go to Katwe, Matuga, all over the place. They can do incredible work, but their skills are not transferable. They cannot go from here to work in Kenya, because Kenya industry will require certification, even in our own oil and gas, as we're talking here. So how do we capture the expertise that these people have learned from generations before them and have learned on the job? We have a facility called Recognition of Prior Learning, and certifying them through an assessment process. So for example, if they're artisans, people who have done welding all their lives and want to go and work in the oil and gas area, we would have to take them through some assessment to be able to see that they are this level of a welder, because welders are not just generic, they have levels. they are that this is the level that industry wants. And if industry wants level 6, then you train them, you upscale them to level 6. But they go through several steps. The first thing is recognize that there's prior learning through a certification process and a standard, because they must meet standards, and then award certificates that they can use across borders. Secondly, we must maintain, I think the gentleman here talked about a register. One of the reasons why this area has not been very well regulated is that the information, the data on TVET is in pockets all over the place. It's not centralized. So you can't tell how many experts you have in any area. I cannot tell you even now how many welders, how many mechanics we have, how many robotics engineers we have, because people have been training differently without any form of regulation. So now that we have the regulator in place, we will be registering every single skill. And it is a public register that you can search and know as an industrialist if I want a plumber, or if I want any skill that we want, what is their level of training, what is their level of certification, and how many are there? Because people come into this country to set up industry without really knowing whether they can find the quality and quantity of skills that we need. So the register is one way that we're going to tackle this.
All right, thank you so much, and that is very, very important, getting to know the numbers. I mean, that's how you get to plan. You can't plan for a family when you do not know how many members of the family actually there are. That means you will under or over plan for it. But let me have the microphone. Do we have any conversation? Oh, there's a hand already here. Let's get to move. You tell us your name and briefly either your question or supplement to the conversation.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm called Lucia Namubiru, founder and managing director of Lunas Enterprises Uganda Limited. I make different types of sweaters like the one I'm putting on, and I'm the best knitter of sweaters in East Africa. I've been representing Uganda in Inter-African Trade Fair for 3 times, Cairo twice, and Durban. But now I'm going to speak on behalf of women. Women in Uganda, we are creative, especially local women who don't even know English. School dropouts. I've just been to Kenya attending East African Juakali exhibitions. We are about 300 people, but mostly women. We try on our own. For me, I started my business on my own. With my own resources, COVID affected me. I should have expanded. But one of the challenges is to get capital to expand our businesses. My sweaters, I can export them. Have ever taken them to Canada? Some people, they buy them. Have ever represented Uganda in London? They might want sweaters. This is an export product, but who is there to help us? Apart from that, when I went to UK, I was selected among 1 million women through ITC She Trades. And they organized an exhibition. I met a Canadian lady, and we had B2B, and she told him, Lucia, Uganda, how can you make a product which can be sold in Europe, even in Canada? Then she connected me to an organization called the Organization of International Trade, OIT. I'm the founder president here. But now, in our country, Uganda, what we are requesting you, how are you going to help the local women? They have products. We have been in Kenya. We have good products. But when you go there, that is full stop. What is next? Where are we going to sell our products apart from there? Just it happens once in a while. Okay? How are you going to access those women? Because most of these conferences are for highland people. But how can you go to those people in the villages? We have commercial officers. But how many commercial officers go down there? Ladies, you are there. Madam Kajina, you are there. I think you can represent us. And that gentleman there, how can you transfer that information to local people. We have radios, we have TVs, we have associations, we have URSB. It has got the database of people in business. Why don't you invite us one day? We come, so we sit down and we tell you what you want. Because on the high level, you make us policies. But the policies should have come from us when you have sat together.
Okay.
We can grow business women.
I hear you. I hear you definitely. And when you talk about keeping it at the high level and forgetting the skills that the local persons have, I have two questions from, all right, yourself, and then I have actually three from this side. Let's make it brief.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Protocol observed. First of all, I want to thank the panelists for the wonderful discussion. Me have mainly 2 points that I noticed. One, of course, about linking the industries with the curriculum. That is actually one of the points that I think the policymakers should highly consider. I've happened to, I have a background in pharmacy, and I happen to practice in some industry, manufacturing industry in Mukono. But then I realized actually what they actually teach us at school is not, there are some things which are different from what we gain in the field. So the policymakers who are around, it is really a very good point of discussion that they raise that should be considered. Then secondly, about the point of the planning, it's also a very good point where Dr. Chris gave about maybe if we have the country needs like maybe 5,000 economists. The government should maybe say, the government should plan for the number of maybe economists we need. But maybe one point that maybe I don't know, according to me, I don't think maybe I agree with it is if maybe also we involve institutions, then we'll be like, we restrict, if we need 5,000 economists, we should restrict institutions to 5,000. I think it would deny some people opportunities to like studies, because if someone is qualified maybe to join a tertiary institution, why should you limit them because we need only 5,000? Maybe what I would maybe suggest, my suggestion would be that the capacity can be increased, but also predicting the number would give like the parents or even the people who are taking those courses that actually the country needs this. So if I go in this field, it would be a wrong one because many people are already there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Planning, very important, and the mismatch between what is taught in school and what's actually in the field. Yes, please. I'll have you, and then sir, and then the lady right there.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm called Ismail. My submission to Madam Kajina. Personally, we have a lot of skilled people. I'll take an example where I say they have never gone to school, but they can put out an Inginowe car and assemble it back. But that energy and that skill has never been realized. I question that how can you hope such people to be absorbed, also be recognized like these ones who have gone to tertiary institutions? Because I have a friend who wanted to go abroad. He knows what to do, but he lacks even a PLO certificate. Secondly, to Mr. Kresh, I request, do you have any program to maybe to come down, because there are a lot of skilled people out besides here, because when I come to such a platform, it was maybe because of Impact Hub, that's why I was here. But many people are not aware that things are going on. It's like in such platforms that our eyes are opened. But and then I would like to know, do you have any plans to maybe to go down to discover these other privileged people who have skills?
Thank you, Ismail. Very key point that you raised, the certification of the already existing skills. Pass over the mic to your neighbor before I go first to the lady at the back, and then you will be the very fine. We actually have quite some ladies, and we've not had so many ladies since morning. But anyway, let's start with you. Let's make the questions brief.
Thank you so much. I have 3 questions. I'll keep them brief. The first one goes to Dr. Quraish. I'm excited when you say you want to probably ration the number of specific students for specific fields so that you free up space for those which are really critically needed. And on the same note, I would think that probably it's a high time to say, do we still need to register universities? Or we even encourage existing universities to try to tone down and look at vocational areas as well. I think it will help. And secondly, maybe you could also raise, one way of distilling the numbers is raising the cutoff for those numbers you want to achieve so that, like in the medical school, they limit and maintain a number at a certain point. The second question goes to Madam Kajina. First of all, thank you for your versatility from the tax to the road, now to TVET. We don't take that for granted. I want to say that I think right now you have the biggest burden in your shoulders because a majority of our children or our citizens really fall within your hands. And I know there are budget constraints, and we want to say that I think the government or the infrastructure we have, if we utilized well, can still help you achieve that. I want to give a brief example. Some of us went to those schools called the Sorote SS, Vale SS, where you study half day. You have to go to school at 1 because that class is being used by an S5. Are you seeing that? And then, of course, the S5s and HSC study half day also. They go in the morning, midday they are home. And then, of course, S1, S2 do the same. Whereas we are competing with the people in Gayaza who have prep, they report at 6, they even have prep after, the whole day they are studying, and yet they are subjected to the same example. So they have used Gayaza because I have family members who have gone through that. So I realized that if we structure our schools to say they have to study maybe up to midday, that is it. In the afternoon, we are giving room for the TVETs or something else, so that you are not putting a lot of pressure to build the schools. It's certainly a big challenge to build the schools everywhere. I want to use the example of Bangladesh, where I've been. Bangladesh is, I think, a size of Uganda Kingdom, and yet their population is 4 times Uganda. I think they're about 140 million people. So what they do is they have 3 shifts in their schools. Some people report at 7, by 10 they are done. Another shift goes from 10, 11 to 2, they are done, and then there is a final shift. Those are the same schools, but they're educating a very big population. So when these people study for 4 hours, they go and do other things. Either they go to farms, go and help their parents, or go and study something else. We could also use that model to fit within the infrastructure we have, and yet we are more productive and take care of more people.
Okay.
And therefore, finally, you know that a lot of university graduates now are also on a border and that kind of thing. Maybe you need to widen so that we really put a lot of people in that pool of training.
Thank you.
For a person of spinners, again, Bangladesh is very good in textile. Productivity is very high. Maybe you need to organize something like an exchange program, like I think the First Lady has been trying with agriculture with Israel. Maybe it will help our people come up also, so that we have high productivity, we have good quality, but we're also taking care of a lot of people other than pushing people to universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And I love that you were giving compliments and also supplementing what our conversation has done. Some good ones too. Let me first have the lady. Okay, she has a microphone. Please do, and then we get to.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Goreti Naluja, I work with the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. I would love to, first of all, appreciate the keynote speaker from the NPA. Thank you, Chris. But there is, of course, he took us through all the programs and what they are trying to do to strengthen the scaling bit. But then, mine is just a thought that instead of investing in reconstructing new manufacturing training institutions, how about we strengthen the capacity of the already existing institutions, maybe universities, maybe institutions like the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. You incorporate these programs into, instead of the government investing completely in constructing new infrastructures. And then, Madam Allen, with information, yes, you did well with that, but then it goes back to, again, the person from NPA. These so many programs really need to be known by the target audience, maybe Ugandans. You speak of students' loan schemes that I don't really think majority of Ugandans or youth who are in remote areas are aware of these programs that the government have put in place. Okay. And that is my submission.
Thank you, Goretti. Sensitization, very, very key for people to know. Yes, Madam.
Thank you.
And then I'll end with the lady in red. That will be the final one for now.
Thank you. My name is Philip Sime, and I'm working with the African Innovations Institute in partnership with the Ministry of Water and Environment, supporting Ugandans for capacity building in greenhouse gas inventory. Mine is to appreciate government for the TVET 2025 Act. It's a very simple one. Maybe many of us have not read through it, but when you read, it's very practical to the situation in Uganda, and especially considering the informal as well as the formal skills, as in certifying this. This is very, very, I think, very practical for Uganda and maybe other countries. So it's a request now that we know that we have a very big population which is with the skills but may not read English, and I guess this is exclusively in English. So kindly translate to the local languages and disseminate, because you can see from my two previous, maybe more than two speakers, they are bringing forward the fact that people may not know. So let us bring these out to make it easier for more to know.
Okay.
And then, you know, we're doing all these things to try to make things better, but we also need to ask ourselves the question, especially when it comes to skilling and education. Why are parents taking their children for higher education and no longer for the vocational training? They're incentivizing the skills. You find that an engineer attracts higher salary and benefits compared to a technician. So, and since most of our education in Uganda is privately sponsored, we need to think about the approaches, the why. Because otherwise we'll have more of these colleges and the parents are struggling, they get loans, they educate their children, they are frustrated because the investment is not realized with unemployment. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. No return on investment. Very finally, this is the last one because of time. This is the last one, and I'll have my panel then get to respond. Can we kindly have the microphone move to the lady in red? Not the song really, but the actual one. She is in red. Let the gentleman help you switch the microphone on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Mine will be close to her last submission. I wanted to find out what TVET has in plan in regard to making the jobs, the technical jobs as desirable as those that are white collar. You find that in the developed countries, the Cheyo people earn a bit more than the people that work in offices, and as a result, we have so many people that have moved to such countries. But here, we even hardly have any of our children desiring to be like Uncle so-and-so who is a plumber. They instead look up to jobs that are fetching higher salaries and are in offices. So what plan do we have to make these jobs desirable and have people have maybe a minimum wage for the people that are doing the technical jobs?
Thank you. Thank you so much. The questions have been quite immense. In no particular order, let me start with Crash. And Dr. Crash, as you finish your questions, you'll also give us your parting shots. And I'll have Sav as well conclude. And then I'll finally get to Madame Kajuna because she has more of those.
Yes, thank you, Mildred, and our participants. From the very last one, I think that's to Madame Kajuna. From Ms. Tumusime, translating, I think that is happening, and was majorly for Madame Kajuna. I think it was more on the law, the TVET law. Yuri, instead of establishing new training institutions, why not just strengthening the existing ones? From the Uganda's perspective, we are not talking about constructing a new training institution. If you look at the NDP, it's about strengthening the existing training institutions. The proposal was at the continental level. Can we have a continental manufacturing training institute, as the case has been with the rest of the continents? So we're not talking about constructing a new one in Uganda's perspective, but at the continental level to try to link with the different national training institutions. The different programs which are existing, for example, the loan scheme, these are run by the Ministry of Education, and I think the Ministry has done a very good job on trying to popularize these programs. Every year in the newspapers, on the different televisions, radio stations, they are being popularized. And very many actually have benefited out of the loan schemes and the government scholarship program. On scholarship, every year government offers about 4,000 scholarships. This has been public information for years, and I think the public understands and appreciates. On engaging universities, we have already worked with the universities through the Universities Vice Chancellors Forum. We have engaged, for example, Makerere has been able to merge about 10 programs which were previously offered as different programs. For example, in economics, we had a program called BS Economics, we have BA Economics, we have Development Economics. All of those are different programs leading training of an economist. Through engagement, all of these have been merged into one program of economics. So we're engaging the training institutions and the universities. Program from Mr. Isma, program to go down to people. We have had different stakeholder engagement programs. In the local governments, because in planning, we are planning with and through people. You cannot plan alone. We are planning with people and through people, and this has happened at different levels. But still, more engagements are happening, and we are trying to bring everyone on board to understand what is happening from the planning perspective. Linking industries to the curriculum, I think this is already happening, and Ms. Kajuna talked about it. Lower secondary completed, now rolled to advanced secondary. Now the universities are the ones which are next in the pipeline. And the point of discussion and emphasis here is how do we engage the manufacturers or the industry so that they are providing input into the new curriculum that's going to run in the higher education institutions.
Okay.
I think those were some of the key on my side. If I have skipped, I can be reminded.
Your parting shots as we get done with this.
My parting shots is, as I said in the keynote, you cannot plan to scale manufacturing or industries in Africa without adequate planning for the workforce that is going to run the industries. So skills planning, skills anticipation should be very critical, not only in Uganda, all countries in the region here, but it should be taken at the continental level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sav. You will have also a few minutes to just say a few about maybe the questions or supplements that did come through and your concluding remarks.
Right. So, yeah, I want to thank the gentleman for raising the Bangladeshi situation. Bangladesh exports about $50 billion of apparel exports, largely to Europe under the LDC framework, which Uganda is also part of. However, their levels of efficiency are some of the highest in the world. That's why they've built a massive textile garmenting industry off the back of that skill set. So I think, yes, there is definitely a case to be made for case studies to go and see what did they do differently. I think, for me, the way I see it, it's a question of breaking it down into simple processes. A garment is not made by making every single component together. Each person does a specific function. So it comes back down to industrial engineering and how we can learn from best practices, because if you look at the garment factories in Bangladesh, they have found very innovative ways of working. They actually stitch standing. They don't even sit down, and that gives them extra, efficiency on the garments. So that's my thoughts on that. In terms of the demand and supply question, which was raised by the lady in red, I think really it comes back down to a question of demand and supply. In the UK, for instance, you have plumbers and electricians earning more than people sitting in offices. That's a result of a lack of supply. So I think in Kenya and in Uganda and East Africa in general, if we keep feeding our kids through business schools with no real business school jobs, there will be a demand and supply off balance at some stage where the electricians will buy the forces of the market without any sort of institutional policies that we have to dictate here, get paid more because there will be a scarcity of them. So that's my thoughts on that. In terms of parting remarks, I think I would like to say that I echo the sentiments of everybody on this panel. Often everybody talks about Africa's great natural resource wealth, which of course we've got 60% of the world's arable land. We got basically most of the minerals that are required. Extractive industry from Africa has fueled development of most of the Western nations. But what we mustn't forget is actually something which is the elephant in the room, is our human capital, especially in the next 50 years, will be our biggest strength. It's going to be our biggest strength because we have a young, intelligent population, whilst other countries like Japan are going to have a 30 million person reduction in their population in the next 20 years. We are in the reverse. So we have a young, educated population. It is our responsibility as industry to make sure they have the relevant skills and jobs to be able to be occupied. Because combine this with the rise of AI, automation, and robotics, we could be sitting on a massive political time bomb. It's a strength, but if not nurtured well, could end up becoming a massive hindrance to our societal frameworks and stability.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Madam Allen Kajina, you have the last one for the questions, and then you will conclude.
Thank you. I just want to begin with the question from the very first intervention from the floor, the lady who makes sweaters, and congratulations. You're wearing a very beautiful sweater. You raised a question on the participation of women, what support is given to women and the youth, and how are we reaching the rural areas, because that's where our largest population is. And the strategy, the TVET strategy, the skilling strategy we currently are employing is to increase access into areas that are currently not reached. I think out of the 148 districts, or 100, I don't know how many they actually.
We are 146 now, we are becoming 150 soon in the next financial year.
So only about 78 actually have vocational institutes. Many have skills development centers, few have technical schools, technical institutions. But the idea that in the new act is to increase reach so that every district is reached, and once every district is reached, is then even go further than just the districts to county levels. So reach, and the idea is to actually reach where the skills are most needed. Because these skills that we're talking about must be skills that the community needs, not just skills that the center needs. So we will be increasing access. And also with regard to the question about women and youth, we intend to use the Skills Development Fund to tailor programs, to tailor grants for women and youth so that there is, we can increase their participation. There would be targeted scholarships, mentorship programs, female-focused STEM pathways, and innovation grants for increasing participation. So just to let you know that that is already in the pipeline. Then there was a second question, I don't remember exactly who it was from, about the curriculum. The curriculum, as we said earlier, is being reviewed. And it is driven by, it is a demand-driven change, rather than, because previous curriculum was driven by us in government. We developed the curriculum and deployed it. The new curriculum is going to be driven from the private sector, from the industrialists. And it is already underway. The two assessment boards, the TVET assessment boards, one called Uganda Vocational Training Assessment Board and the other one of the Uganda Health Professional Assessment Boards, are readying themselves to start consultations to build the new curriculum. So it will be built through consultations. There was a question on many of the people who are already skilled. They've been trained, they are working, they're making these wonderful machines. Almost all of us actually use these machines made in Katwa, and they do a good job. They work very well, but they're not certified. And therefore, if they wanted a job elsewhere, the employer would first ask you, where is your certificate? What is your quality of qualification? And that's why earlier I did talk about recognition of prior learning. That is the group I was specifically talking about, that would be going to all those providers, registering everybody who has a skill that is demonstrable. Take them through an assessment. We'll take them to an assessment center so that they can demonstrate their level and quality. And then we'll be able to place them on the quality and the capacity that they are able to deliver and give them a certificate. That certificate is a government certificate and it will be recognized by employers. So that is an important point for our Jua Kali people who are doing actually an incredible job and sustaining the economy. We will also be registering all providers. You know, this TVET area is actually heavily monopolized by the private sector, less government. And so a lot of it is are people who are not registered. They found space when government was not ready with institutions. They set up their own institutions. They're all over the place. And so we will want to register them so that we can certify them, not for purposes of control, but of empowerment, so that, and including with funding, with support, with training and funding, so that they can have a qualification which they can use for growing their business. A lot of these businesses stay small. They can't access big money, for example. They can access financing because their skills are not certified. There was a question about universities. Universities actually, a number of universities currently offer skilling. They offer technical training. The new law is only going to regulate that so that it is recognized. If you go to Makerere University, this is how Chiramoto's started. Chiramoto's, that wonderful institution in Jinja, that is exactly how it started in Makerere University, I think in the School of Engineering. So many are doing that already. All we want to do is to be able to bring out their certification so that they are recognized as skilling centers in universities. In future, there is going to be a TVET university. Currently, we don't have a TVET university. I think the highest we have is colleges, but provision is made in the law for TVET university. And I appreciate your your understanding of the big mandate that we have. I agree with you. I think this is way bigger than where I've been before, because it touches the very lives of our children and of the future. And therefore, support is extremely important. But it cannot be just government support. It must be all-round support. That's why in building the Skills Development Fund, will be not just funded from government, will be funded from the private sector, will be funded from development partners. We want to build a large fund that can grow TVET. I want to try and move quickly. There was a point about strengthening already existing institutions. I cannot agree with you more, but let us first understand the status of these institutions. I don't know if you've visited any, but you know that many of them are not fully equipped, many are not certified, many have trainers that are not properly certified, not properly qualified. So the first thing we'll do is understand the landscape. What do we have? How do we change that? How do we strengthen that before we build new institutions? And I think Quraish did speak about that. But we do want to increase access, because what is desperately needed for us to really enter the fourth industrial revolution is skills more than anything. I want to conclude, I believe. The translation, yes, the law will be translated. We'll do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Not everybody speaks the language of the current law, which is English, so we shall do that. The very last one, I believe. I think it was a point on why parents take their children to do general education. It is because those jobs pay higher. How do we improve?
Actually, one of the ladies asked how we can make the TVET jobs more desirable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of the things we're saying, that is the purpose. Raise the profile of TVET. It is only here in Africa where we really undermine ourselves by thinking that TVET is, for the failures. If you go to countries like Singapore, countries like Germany, countries like, I was in Malaysia recently, and many other European countries, TVET is a very important education pathway. And the highest, if you go to the US, you can hardly get a plumber to do a job for you because of the cost. So those jobs are paying very well because countries know that is what drives the economy. So our end product, the jobs that will be created out of the TVET reform, which we're engaged in, is jobs that are jobs of value and that pay well. My parting shot, because I can see that the plenary is coming back together. Manufacturing will not happen through just good wishes. Manufacturing, the growth of manufacturing in our country and in Africa is going to be driven by strong policy direction, by investment, and by a skilled workforce. If we commit to this transformation with urgency and clarity, our young people will not only participate in Africa's industrialization, they will lead it. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause to the panel. I think we've elaborately been able to deal with the issue of skilling and education for our manufacturing sector. And like Madame Ellen Kajina said very finally, we need to raise the bar. We need to raise the profile of TVET and skills training. And this needs to start with us, the parents, right? Not just looking at, the other kind of education, but also looking at TVET education as very important. And with that, I'll just kindly request to have the board chair of Uganda Development Corporation Chairman, Engineer Godfrey Ruhurira, to please come and present a vote of thank you to the panelists here, the UDC way. I mean, UDC has raised the profile for the Africa Industrialization Week in the way they say thank you. And so I will request all my panelists to stand. And after that thank you is when we will be taking a group picture with him definitely and saying bye. And like I said, I say ladies first except if there is danger. So Madam Allen Kajina will be the first just step forward, and let's have the board chairman say a special thank you the UDC way. Board chair to Madam Allen Kajina, who is here. Let's hand over the thank you note. Yes. Thank you very much to Uganda Development Corporation that also put together this industrialization convention today. Okay, and we'll then now move on to Dr. Kreisch from the National Planning Authority. Dr. Kreisch, please. A pleasure. Thank you so much for the work that NPA is actually doing, and to UDC for doing it in a different style. And Sav will be the very last one, last but no means the least, from Fine Spinners. Thank you so much for sparing time and for ably representing Jaswinda Bedi for this. And now we can take the group picture. And officially, I'll now call Simon Peter Kasiate to please take over the next session as we conclude this. Let's step forward for the group picture.
All right, and after such a very interesting afternoon, high-powered panel, the way it has been, I want to thank you, Mildred, for taking us through this session and your distinguished panel that has discussed an issue very core to all of us. And I think our takeaway, if I may speak for all of us, is that yes, it may have been traditional in our earlier settings that when we are training our children, would love them to be lawyers, doctors, engineers, journalists, and all these other distinguished professions. But at the end of the day, they will certainly need a plumber, they will need a mechanic, they will need someone that is going to paint their buildings, and you have no idea the joy of going to a garage with a faulty car only to find a mechanic that speaks English and is suave and debonair and has got a clean overall. So that's the kind of skills training that we are trying to put across. We've had a long day of conversations, distinguished members, and as we conclude, I can see a distinguished high-level delegation that has just arrived, led by no other, the Minister of State for Cooperatives, Honorable Frederick Gume. Thank you very much for joining us. And together with you is the distinguished Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Madame Lynette Bagonza. Thank you so much for joining us as well. You couldn't have come at a better time than now when we are going to put a recap to our day's conversations, the conversations that have touched deeply into what is at the core of what would unleash this country into the area of industrialization and manufacturing. There were deep discussions, and I wouldn't be the best person to recap what our respective panels discussed. And so I have the honor and pleasure to invite the distinguished chairperson of the Uganda Development Corporation, which agency also we must put our hands together for putting a great organization to this otherwise very deep conversation around, matters that touch the development agenda of this country. So, Mr. Chairman, briefly, you will step forward, recap for us what has been discussed, if for nothing else, for our newly arrived guests to take note. And then, after that, you will do the honorable task of inviting the Permanent Secretary, who will say a word to all of us here. And then in turn, Madam Permanent Secretary, you will proceed to invite the Minister, Honorable Frederick Gume, to come and say a word to us. And I believe after that, there will not be any other more high-ranking person in the room to close our engagements for the day. I thank you. Let's proceed.
was written on. Good afternoon, dear delegates. I'm privileged again to come here to give you highlights on the key takeaways and the way forward for our forum of today. And before I do that, allow me to recognize on your behalf a strong secretariat team from UDC in the corner of their Stand Up for Recognition team. That team you see there has been listening in and has been able to put together the key highlights I'm going to present to you this afternoon. I confirm that there will be a comprehensive report of our forum, of our proceedings, that will eventually be produced. We have summarized in a power presentation of the key takeaways Now, go to the first one. Good. Second one, yes. Good. Second one, please. Good. The structure of the presentation has been presented into the 4 areas. Introduction, to recap what this forum is about. The key issues that arose from the various presentations. Then the highlights of takeaways and what we feel should be the way forward for these delegates as we implement the takeaways. Next. As a background, just to refresh our minds, Africa Industrialization Week, established in 1989 as a platform to advance Africa's industrialization. It brings together the governments, private sector, and partners to leverage human capital and natural resources. The theme we are in the theme we have been in the whole of today is 2025 theme for accelerating growth in Africa's manufacturing sector through infrastructure, skills, development, and investment financing. We have focused particularly to the infrastructure, improving skills, and expanding financing to boost manufacturing. Focus of today's forum, in line with the thematics was unlocking capital to drive growth and accelerating the transformation of Africa's manufacturing sector. Then building the foundations to strengthen energy, transport, and digital infrastructure to power industrial expansion. The third one was bridging the skills gap and advanced education, innovation, and technical training to meet the manufacturing workforce needs. The key issues during the presentation. There are quite a number of key issues, and these are highlights
because there are many, as you recall, from the presentations we had. Number one, high cost of doing business. The costs are unreliable and expensive. The unreliable and expensive and poor quality electricity. As a result, Uganda produces approximately, we know that Uganda produces approximately 1,800 megawatts compared to the requirement of 20,000 megawatts required in the next 10 years. So the cost of doing business remains high because electricity is inadequate and, as we heard, expensive, and at the same time, because of its reliability, quite of unreliable quality. Decision-making delays and corruption add to the burden of doing business. The logistics infrastructure was well covered. And as presented, it is fragmented. It's a fragmented value chain, and it lacks integration with the national and regional networks, which has resulted into inefficiencies at all levels. And this led to the various parameters they were quoting of the African, in the manufacturing industry sector of Africa compared to the other continents. Processing times and handling costs are notably higher in Africa, particularly in the African ports, and we were informed that they average 50% higher than other regions. You can definitely, from here, deduce what impact it has to our imports and exports. There is inadequate infrastructure with regard to our roads, the railways, electricity, energy, water as a service, methods of production like irrigation, and communication. These were the key issues that were noted in the cost of doing business. The second set was the issues limited to, related to the limited access to affordable and patient financing. We had a very interesting presentation this day about the type of financing we need to be able to foster our manufacturing and industrial sector. Particularly, credit to the private sector is still low, and it is about 18% of the GDP, on average, compared to 30% in Asia. Savings are still low. Africa's average savings rate is 19% compared to 37% in Asia. The lack of capital translates into stagnant industrial capacity and inability of our industry, of us to develop manufacturing and industrial sector in Africa, and Uganda inclusive. These key issues on the skill gaps, which were basically covered in the afternoon part. Skills shortage. There is shortage of skills in the manufacturing sector, but we also heard that because we lack the kind of data and coordination of the skills we have in the country. A mismatch between education and industrial needs. Training programs which do not respond to national industrialization priorities. It came out clearly that there is limited technology and innovation in our skills development. Underinvestment and negative perception in technical and vocational education and training. We had a very interesting presentation from Madame Kajina. about this. Takeaways: unlocking capital for growth and transformation of African manufacturing sector, on leverage on local financing, diaspora financing. So these are takeaways. What do we do? Diaspora financing. We think that there is need for Africa and Uganda inclusive to redirect part of this capital towards manufacturing to provide longer-term affordable capital. Emphasis for appropriate longer-term capital was made during our presentations. Capital markets. Develop capital markets products such as the manufacturing bonds, corporate bonds, and industrial funds to help move this capital into productive use. We also had a very good presentation on the limitations of availability of capital in Africa, which also leads us to the lack of developing manufacturing and the industrial sector. The roles of government. Government should stimulate capital access through policy and regulatory regulation so that they can support investor confidence. Provide sector lending incentives, including adequate capitalization of development finance institutions, the DFI. Foster strategic public-private investments. In the discussion, it came out that actually there are very few DFI. And it is clear that because there is shortage of long-term financing, the industrialists and manufacturers tend to go to commercial banks. And in going to commercial banks, they don't get the right type of financing. And the result is the high rate of non-performing assets. That is derived from there. We should expand capacity of ports, roads, railways, and airports. We should facilitate cross-border trade and regional integration, such as one-stop border posts. We should facilitate DFIs to intervene in the transmission and distribution sector. It's not only enough to produce a product without knowing how it will reach where it should be going. Expand industrial and export zones to attract investment and development higher value added industries. We had a good story that in Uganda, our industrial parks are actually filling up. So there are opportunities to continue creating more, but strategically in specific regions. Incentivize domestic and FDIs in a manner that stimulates the growth of export-oriented industries, very addition to locally sourced raw materials. So the targets of FDI should be to benefit us more. It was mentioned about the type of FDIs and where they go. We should strengthen technical training and build specialized manufacturing institutes. Expand apprenticeships and work-based learning. Align the curricula with industry standards and global certifications. Build strong linkages between academia and industry. There were a lot of arguments here about whether we can be able to know how many professionals we should train where because of our needs in terms of planning, especially like with our 2040 vision. Invest in digital and future-ready skills. We can't run away from digital. AI is here. So we should be awake about this. MDS should provide an enabling environment support. We go now to our thematics of the three main areas. So we are saying from the discussions we had and key areas we have noted, MDS should provide an enabling environment support. One, physical infrastructure development for industrial growth with key focus on energy, transport, logistics, digital infrastructure, and organized industrial zones. On workforce skills enhancement, on workforce skills, enhance for industrial competitiveness with key focus on building human capital through technical education, upskilling, and innovation systems. On investment finance for manufacturing expansion, with the key focus of creating favorable financial ecosystems and products to attract domestic and foreign direct investments. Finally, our belief, which we hope you agree with, dear delegates, is that to potential investors here, Africa is not a high-risk region. It is a high-opportunity region. I thank you. Simon, did I hear very well that I can now ask the PS? It's my humble pleasure and privilege to request our permanent secretary, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to come and address us. Welcome, PS.
The Honorable Minister of State in charge of cooperatives, Honorable Frederick Gobi Gume, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I had a chance to have a sneak peek during your opening in the morning where the director, the ED UDC, gave the keynote speech, and there are just a few words I wanted to share, which I picked from that. This forum has been a powerful call to action, brilliantly framed by our keynote speaker, Dr. Patrick Birungi, who set the pace and highlighted some stark facts that Africa contributes 1.5% to global manufacturing value and 12% to foreign direct investment. I also had a chance to listen to that first panel. I can see the representative of BOU here. We are honored to have heard your insights on what you are planning to do for us to improve economic transformation in Uganda. We are not just underrepresented as African manufacturing sector, we are undercapitalized. That's what I picked from that discussion that we had in the morning, and the diagnosis is clear for our patient, African manufacturing. It is starved of capital and it needs to grow. So therefore our path is non-negotiable. We must move with urgency from diagnosis to treatment. The Chair UDC has elaborated the various measures we need to take to treat this patient. So with those few words, my task is simple: to request our Honorable Minister, Honorable Frederick Gobi Gume, to come and close this forum. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellencies, representatives of the African Union Commission, representatives of development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, it is my honor to deliver the closing remarks at this African Manufacturing Investment Forum, convened during the African Industrialization Week and graciously hosted by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and in collaboration with Uganda Development Corporation and the African Union Commission. Allow me to express our profound appreciation to all participants for your active contributions throughout today's deliberations. The insights shared in the keynote addresses, panel discussions, and business dialogues have all provided clear direction on how we, as a continent, can accelerate industrial growth, deepen regional value chains, and attract strategic investments that support sustainable development. We have reflected on the evolving national and regional manufacturing landscape, the imperatives of value addition, the need for innovation-led industrialization, and the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area. We have also underscored the central role of infrastructure, financing, skills development, technology transfer, and public-private partnerships in shaping Africa's manufacturing competitiveness. I wish to inform you that our Secretariat has captured all these excellent discussions and insights as presented in the takeaways and resolutions by the Chairman UDC. These resolutions will inform not only the Ministry's strategy for advancing the country's industrialization agenda, but also the continent's plan for industrialization. As I conclude, I take this opportunity to commend the Uganda Development Corporation for its leadership in convening this forum and for its continued efforts in championing Uganda's industrialization and investment agenda. The collaboration between the Ministry, UDC, African Union Commission, private sector actors, development partners, and regional institutions exemplifies the coordinated approach required to transform our manufacturing sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge all of you and all of us to leave this forum with renewed determination to translate these discussions into concrete actions that will expand manufacturing capacity, create decent employment, and enhance Africa's position in the global trade. I thank you once again for honoring this forum with your presence and contributions. We look forward to continued engagement as we work together to drive the industrial transformation agenda of our country. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, it's my humble request that please do not leave the stage. A few protocols have to be performed. I didn't want to use the word rituals. That was not part of my briefing note from UDC. But from the look of things, it looks like the Uganda Development Corporation performs rituals on those they consider to have been of great value to their engagements. And so may I, in the same latitude, invite the Permanent Secretary to join the Honorable Minister so that these rituals are performed on the both of you without selective application. And may I invite the Chief Ritual Performer, who is Executive Director of Uganda Development Corporation, to step forward And then you can do what we prefer to call burnt offerings, but this time I think in the form of gifts and tokens of appreciation to our guests. I think these rituals can only get to where they are supposed to get if there is a hand clap. And they are normally performed in descending order of protocol. So we started with the minister, now permanent secretary. Now I do not know between the chairperson of the board of UDC and the commissioner for industry, who comes first. Maybe they both come, and then the presentation of, please don't move, don't leave the stage, Honorable Minister, and may I request that when the rituals are performed, you continue holding what has been given to you. Let's not create the impression that they are so heavy. Honorable Minister, we have a new IGG. If they recognize that the rituals are too heavy, they may use you as an example. So the chairman of the board of UDC. If there is anyone that has taken many more trips than anyone to this podium is the chairperson, I am imagining you are more like a village chicken, which after a whole day has done about 7 kilometers just in the compound of the same homestead. So we thank you for doing the legwork. Commissioner Industry, I think it's important that you also join and be blessed because of your leadership, your department for organizing this. Now what happens after this is you look right into the lens of the camera so that we can keep an indelible piece of evidence to indeed show for accountability purposes that you were gifted. Let the record be set clear. Those are our distinguished leaders at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives who have done a sterling job. Please do not leave. We still, today, I and Mildred have been given immense power to order things around, and I think it would be unfair if we don't utilize our power to the maximum. May I request any person that was part of previous panels in today's discussion to join on this stage. So Madam Kajina, the representative of the Central Bank and all the others, please step forward. I am slowly going to invite every category of people. In fact, even the other MC, you had better get ready because I think you'll be the last person to come and join this group picture. Mildred, I was joking. It was just to say I am joking. Oh, you are called? Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to join this picture at a later stage, you will certainly be invited. But that is after we all have stood up from wherever we are. Please, let's be upstanding. Because as the picture is being taken, I think I may have to move with the microphone. I hope the production team at the back can hear that now it is important that we now go to the anthems and they will be in reverse order. The East African anthem, one stanza, the Ugandan anthem, one stanza, and then we shall exit the room in reverse order. Those who came last shall exit first. And those of us who came first, I know a gentleman here called Wanda. I think you'll be the last person to leave. And please, when you leave, switch off the lights. Thank you. The anthems, please. If the machines won't play, I will sing it. Thank you. Thank you very much. As the announcement was made, we shall exit in reverse order. So please walk straight, but we shall leave in reverse order of the prominence of our arrival. Good day.